Days. The show started on time, and it almost was late. I was talking to some friends on an actual telephone here in the Philippines that we were going over some thoughts and some notes on different shows that we're going to produce, and I was going over my show notes today, and that they are in fact going to explain some of the new rules that have been mandated in the Philippines, which is changing the way things are done here in the Philippines. Pretty much, I maybe drastically and maybe for the better. However, we're going to talk about the new rules that have been implemented in traveling about the Philippines from my personal experience here in Bohol, and the prices and how they have gone up for the tricycles and the buses. Now, that's going to be one topic. The second topic is going to be about the new rules if you would like to dine in the Philippines. Well, my favorite restaurant in Alona Beach, Giuseppe's, I called them up yesterday afternoon, which would have been June 16th, and they were absolutely sure there's no dining in, at least until July. So I also went to the mall yesterday on June 16th, and there is no fast food or restaurant dining in. Most restaurants were closed. Some had takeout. So while I had some free time, I was waiting for someone to find out some information about computers. I went to the fast food restaurant opposite the store where the computers were sold, and I was going to go in to see if the menu prices had changed, because that store, Chowking, I know the prices in that store. Not that I've ever bought, I don't buy fast food, but I just happen to remember a couple of the prices. And the guard, the gentleman in front of the store, said, "Sir, will you please fill out this form?" So I looked at the form. I already knew what the form was because it was similar to the form I filled out to get into my bank just a few hours earlier. So we're going to talk about the new forms that are necessary to be filled out in order to buy fast food. And also in the title, we're going to talk about the new times that the Philippines Immigration Office in Bohol is going to be open up. What times that the office is going to be open. Hello, Vincent Michaels. Yeah, we're going to talk about that probably first, Vincent. I just have one more topic that I'm going to put out there that we're going to talk about. So that there is a new time schedule for the Immigration Office in Bohol. And the last, but probably most important thing that we're going to talk about is Warren H. and how Warren H. is coming to the Philippines, baby. There's no doubt about it. Let there be no mistake. Warren posted his passport to his local government post office last Friday, I think it was. Yeah, today's Wednesday, last Friday. And they said about 15 business days. So sometime early in July, they are going to give Warren a passport to come to the Philippines, and more specifically, Bohol. And with that passport, Warren is going to stay here, and we're going to do a bunch of legal stuff to make it legal for Warren to own half of my lease and or hotel plans and permits. And then we're going to reconnoiter some materials for Warren's second floor, the Warren H Pavilion. And if Warren likes it here, and then Warren will become a full partner, and we will move in the direction of getting some things done, because America is a little bit of a mess. The house in America is being worked on, but at a much slower rate than would have been worked on if we didn't have all these problems in America. So that could happen. The sale of the house could happen within a few weeks, but it'd probably be a few more months. So Warren and I are going to do 3 different things legally. We're going to also we're going to travel to Bantayan Island, because I spoke with the woman who offered me the lease for the property. There's 5 properties owned by a family on Bantayan Island on a white sand beach. Now, 2 of those properties belong to one of the children. She's also the person that offered me those 2 properties. And I need to go there and look to see what a white sand beach is in her opinion, and I also need to swim off the beach to see what's available outside off the shoreline itself. The lease is a done deal. The agreement that she wrote up 2 years ago is still the agreement she's willing to keep. And that's very possible. So Warren and I plan on going to Bantayan Island to look at that property after the lockdowns end, because right now, we can talk about the ECU and the GCU. I'm on a site. I'm going to give you the link to this site. It's called, until just this morning at about 5:30, I wasn't able to really find out what ECU or GCQ meant, because most of the video uploads on YouTube were in Visaya or Cebuano. But this site here called PhilStar, PhilStar.com, and I'm going to give you the link 3 times. This site here is in English, and this explains everything that there is to explain, and the difference between something called the ECU, which is what Cebu is in now, and the GCQ, which is what it was for a few short weeks. But from what I can gather, one is more severe than the other, and I do believe that the ECU, let me see if I can find that. I do believe the ECU is in place right now. But you'll be able, the page I gave you is the page that explains the difference between the ECU and the GCQ. So right now, traveling anywhere in Cebu requires a multiple level of certificates, including a certificate from your local barangay captain, and then a doctor's note. And if I remember correctly, I saw a video, I do believe it was Steve Montelli, said that you will need a doctor's certificate. If my memory is correct, you need a doctor's certificate to travel, and the doctor's certificate had to be valid within 24 hours of the time that you do your traveling. Now that was definitely for airplanes, but I don't know if it's the same for boats. Except if your airplane left on a Monday morning, your doctor's note could have been validated on Friday afternoon or Friday before Monday. So the travel restrictions themselves, you'd have to go there and check that out, but that seems to be what is happening now in Cebu. So digressing back to Warren coming to Bohol, Warren is definitely coming to Bohol. We have business to attend to, several on multiple layers. First, Warren has to see if he wants to live here, and if he does, we will go to we'll go to a lawyer, not the original lawyer that wrote up my agreement, because he changed the price from 3,500 pesos. By the time we were done, just a few days later, it was up to 13,500 pesos. And he didn't think there was anything wrong with that, because he just didn't think there was anything wrong with that. So from 3,500 to 13,500 for the same thing. Nothing changed from day one. In fact, he actually charged me. I gave him the contract I wanted, and he did not write the contract that I wanted. And when I read it with the other parties, the landlord and their interests, the other people that have an interest in the lease, he did not write it the way I wrote it. So while the people were in the office, because I had 7 people sign the lease. This way, if there was a transfer of the lease from the landlord to the children, or something changed inside the family, nothing changes with my lease, nothing at all. So when I explained to him that this is something that you have to be aware of. This is what lawyers do. I mean, so in effect, the contract was, by changing just a few words in what I wrote. What I wrote was true, correct, proper, and in my benefit, because I'm the one who's leasing the property, and it was all up front, and my rendition of the contract was given to the family before we went to the lawyer's office and accepted. Except that the lawyer changed the way it was worded. It was lawyer talk. How, by changing just a few words, what I wanted was now what they got. So while we were in the office of the lawyer, I said to him, this number 20, I think it was item number 20, what is this? No, that's in benefit, that benefits you. I'm going, well, it looks to me that the landlord, if they choose to do a specific thing, it looks to me they have the option to do that. He goes, yes, they do. I said, well, that's what I wrote that I don't want them to have the option to do. Well, no, but that's beneficial to you because you also have the option to do a certain thing. And I'm going, but I don't want that option. I want the lease to remain intact for the full term of the lease. He goes, but it benefits you that you have it, you can back out. I'm going, no, take it out. So we went through this, we hashed it out until I finally said to him, look, this is what I want you to write. The way I gave it to you the first time is the way I want it written in the lease. I know how to write a lease. This is the way I want it. You're either going to do it or we'll just not do it then. I'm not going to sign this like this. So he did it. And it took his secretary. He was charging me for the time it took for me to go over what I didn't put in the lease, what I didn't want in the lease, and what he put in the lease without asking me my permission. He charged me for an extra hour of time to revise my contract, which was about 1,500 pesos, at least. I don't know exactly how it worked into the 13,500 peso, because the lease was supposed to be between myself and Daisy and the landlord and a few of the children, but I changed that to all the children and all the children's spouses and all the grandchildren. I put them all in the lease. So he charged me, because they each signed it, probably 8,000 pesos more, including whatever he charged me to change a lease that should not have had to been changed. And then it had to be changed again by another lawyer, which the landlord of my property was 100% in agreement with. It took about 20 minutes to have that entire process done. So Warren and I are going to go to a proper lawyer, and I have a proper lawyer here, and they're going to review the lease, which is now very valid and very solid lease. And if Warren likes where I live and where the lease is and where the property is, then Warren and I probably will become full partners if Warren agrees to that. And then we will move on in the direction of building the Warren H. Pavilion, which would be south, because we'll call it the Warren H. Pavilion South, because this is south of Bantayan Island. So if we go ahead and do this one, we might go to when we go to Bantayan Island, if we decide to rent that property as well, there's no money involved with the renting. All we have to do is sign a lease that we'll build a building on the property. They don't want a penny. This person happens to like me a lot, but they don't want any money for rent. They just want us to build a building on the property. And in 20 years, the children of the entire family of the 5 lots take the property back, and it becomes the property of the landlord in Bantayan Island, or the family that lives in Bantayan Island. So in theory, we don't have to pay any rent. I'm not paying much rent where I am now. So in theory, there'd be a Warren H. Pavilion South in the hotel that I have chosen a name for. That's not negotiable. The name of the hotel itself is not negotiable. It's always been the name that I've wanted to put on the hotel. But the name would then be the name that I have chosen for this hotel where I live, such and such and such and such South, with the Warren H. Pavilion. And then the one on Bantayan Island would be such and such and such and such North, with Warren H. Pavilion 2. So there'd be a such and such and such and such in Bohol South. That would be the name of the hotel that I have chosen. And there'd be a such and such North on Bantayan Island. Because for no money for that property, if it's a viable location to build on, there'd be no reason not to take that deal. And there's no time limit as to the beginning and end of the Vincent Michael says immigration rule, bring money. We'll talk about that. Just give me one moment. So that's the deal. So Warren H. should theoretically be here. Warren H. Well, we should congratulate Warren. Warren does not have to go back. Well, Warren completed 188 days of chemotherapy. Right now, his last test says that he is cancer-free. So congratulations, Warren. The next test that he has would be a few months from now. And then the next time, if cancer came back, would be next year, where his chemotherapy would be reinstated again. So there is something else that to be happy about, is that Warren successfully came through 188 days of chemotherapy. And I'm so happy about that. My best friend in the world, Tommy M, we'll call him Tommy M. he went through chemotherapy. He had his larynx removed, and he had his voice box removed. And boy, from the strapping hulk of a man that Tommy was, short, he was only 5'5", but he was a Korean War special thing that he did there, and he liked what he did. But he was he survived the chemotherapy, and he worked for me for 20 more years after that. In fact, he came to my house in 2000. He started working for me in 1977 when we met at Guy's house, the guy who was the pizza connection in Brooklyn there on Avenue N in Schenectady. And Tommy worked for me until the late 90s when I sold the barge, and then came to my house to stay with me in Key Largo when I had I had some surgery for a hiatal hernia. So he survived cancer, and I had talked to Warren about that before Warren went in the hospital, that it's real possible that you can survive that, because sometimes the chemotherapy will kill you. But so, being that Warren is on the upscale thing right now, we're looking to do positive things to give Warren an incentive program. Everybody has to have an incentive to live. And my incentive to live is because I love working. I love doing what I do every day. Yesterday I enjoyed going to the city. I didn't enjoy everybody that I met in the city. So we'll talk about, if anybody has any questions about Warren, we'll talk about Warren in a few minutes. But right now, I want to talk about the new schedule for the immigration office in Bohol. The prices remain the same. Now, my stamp is not due until the 29th of June, but I always try to go there like they request 4 or 5 days early. So I went yesterday, and normally you can go there any time of the day, but that's no longer available. So there was a sign on the door. I got there about 1:30. And the sign on the door said, visa applications cut off 12 o'clock. So I didn't know if that was cut off to pick it up, if you had already done it or not. So I went into the office to find out. Well, the new rule is, if you'd like to have your visa extension extended, they still want you there 4 or 5 days early, hopefully, and you can no longer apply for the visa application extension after 12 o'clock in the afternoon. So if you get there at 9 o'clock and you're in the office even at 12 o'clock, they'll process your paperwork. Otherwise, you have to come back on the next day that your pass allows you to come back on. Now, my pass, this current pass, is good for Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then the other pass is good for Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And then in a few weeks, they'll distribute a new pass, and they'll change my days to go to the city, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and the other people, Tuesday and Thursday. So I have to go into the city to review a video that I recorded. And I also wish to go into the city to buy water. I bought 6 cases of distilled water yesterday. And I will buy another 6 cases, because that's what will fit into a tricycle. I'm going to stop drinking what they call mineral water. Where they come up with these names here in the Philippines, I don't know. It's not mineral water, it's filtered water. They call it, and I bought, 2 weeks ago, I bought 2 bottles of their wording mineral water. It's not mineral water. It might come out of the ground, but it comes from the same water supply that goes to everybody's house on Pang Lao. So I bought it, and it tasted funny. Not bad, but like probably the filters had to be cleaned. Well, as I explained the other day, between me adding some salt and some soy sauce, the wound on my leg that had been closed up for a good solid 6 or 7 weeks, within 4 days of adding the smallest amount of salt and soy sauce, the wound that was closed for 6 weeks, and the skin was turning pink, the skin turned not so pink, and the wound, the original dot on my foot from 2 years ago, in the exact same spot that the slag from the welding rod hit my foot, in that exact same spot opened up a hole on the top of my foot. And I'm going, in 4 days, I put salt and soy sauce on a little bit. We're talking about like 10 or 15 drops of soy sauce in the same meal, with basically the same amount of food, whatever meal I have, that I didn't put salt or soy sauce in. The same 10 or 12 drops in 4 days, but 10 or 12 drops 2 or 3 meals a day for 4 days. And you could feel it was as if it was just got burnt from 2 years ago, and you could feel it felt the same way that a small burn would feel. And when I looked at my foot like 3 days ago, there's a tiny hole about the size of a match head where the original burn took place. This thing has a life unto its own. So salt, soy sauce, out of the question until I find my salt, my Morton salt from New York, and that I can have, or I can eat the pink Himalayan salt. I could go to the Giuseppe's restaurant where they have the pink Himalayan salt. I could eat the salt out of the salt shake. It doesn't affect my foot. There's something in the salt, in the food, in the soy sauce, in the magic masarap, in the Coors seasoning. There's something in the foods they cook in the Philippines. Now, it wasn't so with chickens. 4 years ago, I could eat the barbecue chickens. But now, if I have just one barbecue chicken, whether or not the barbecue chicken is stuffed with some lemongrass, my feet swell up like footballs. So now, not only is it in the foods, the seasoning, not only is it in the seasoning and the soy sauce and the Coors and the Magic Masarap and the MSG, not only is it in that, but now they're putting whatever product that makes my feet swell in the food that they're feeding the chickens, because it's not just the chickens. Now if I eat eggs, my feet swell up. So whatever it is that they are doing to the food, whatever growth hormone or flavor enhancer that they're giving for the chickens to eat more food or whatever it is, it's affecting me like the canary in the coal mine. So does it affect everybody? Absolutely, it has to. But I'm more sensitive to it because of the injury I incurred from working with copper chloride and arsenic lumber. So that's going to be something that I'm eliminating any bottled water delivery. So I have 7 empty 5-gallon bottles, and right now I have 12 of these things. I have 12 10 liter bottles, 12 of these. So I filled up my water dispenser already. That was empty, so I put one of those in the water dispenser, and I'm making my bottled water now still with the anise. So, but this is now distilled water with the anise. No more. I have 3 more gallons of the bottled water that they sell from the truck in my refills for these bottles. So I'll mix that 50% distilled and 50% with the old stuff. And it has the good anise flavor. It's not going to make much of a difference, but those days are over, drinking bottled water from the Philippines. Because when I went to America, I had my water distiller set up in my upstairs kitchen, and before I left America, my foot was healed. So I was drinking distilled water, and within 6 weeks, my foot was healed up 100%. So no more Philippines salt from the department store, no more soy sauce, and I will probably go into the box, to find the box inside the box that's in a box. I have 10 pounds of Morton's Crystal Salt. Gonna have to get that done soon, because I enjoy salt, but working outside, I drink about 6 liters of water a day when I go to work, and you need salt, so you have to have salt. All right, so let's see what we got here. Hello, Michael McFarland. Welcome back. Good afternoon, or good morning. Thank you for stopping by. So let's go to my next topic, which I think we covered. I have some notes here. So the immigration, the rules we covered. The prices for the immigration are the same. All fast food restaurants that I walked past yesterday now require you to fill out a form. On the form, the following information is required: your full name, and even at Chowking, the guard asked to see the identification of the person in front of me. I wasn't going to fill it out, so I wouldn't have given identification anyway. I'm not going to give people I don't eat junk food, but even if I did, I'm not showing my ID to buy a hamburger, or in that case, chicken chow mein. But your name, your full name, and that's on the pass that I have. So the pass, it's holding something up. Hold on a second. Let's see if we can get this out of here. Yeah, baby. Let me see what's on this pass. Yeah, my full name is on the pass, and then it gives you the location of where the pass was distributed from. So your full name, that's on your pass. Your date of birth, your a viable cell number. It says cell number, so I guess they want your cell number, and also your email address, and your exact address where you live. They want to know with a landmark next to where you live. If there's no address, where's their landmark? And one more piece of information. The man who was the guard, he will test the temperature of your head. So my head yesterday was, for some reason, 35.5. I don't know why, but that's well within the I think up to 37 is okay. So 35.5. So that has to be put on the paper. So, and I know that because when I went to the bank yesterday morning, so I actually had to talk to the manager to talk to him about the transfer of funds for the computer. So I went to the bank manager, and he wasn't there. He's, if you can believe this, he's on vacation. Now, last time I went to the bank, he was on vacation. So that was 2 weeks ago. So well, where is he on vacation? He's the manager of the bank. Yes, sir. Well, where's the new manager? So that a woman come over and help me out, and she said, how can I help you? I said, where is such and such? She says, he's on vacation. I said, well, he's been on vacation for 2 weeks. There's no way he's going to take a vacation for longer than 2 weeks. I know this man for several years. Yes, sir. What do you mean, yes, sir? Where is so-and-so? Please tell me where he is. Sir, he's on vacation until we build a new bank. There you go. So he has no job until they build a new bank. Apparently the bank that he was in is not big enough. I don't know. But they're building a new bank. So until they build a new bank, this all ties into my next story, by the way. Until they build a new bank, he's on vacation. So it doesn't, you can't build a new bank in a few weeks or days or months. And I don't know if they even started the new bank yet. So my bank officer that it took me a year to have a good working relationship with now is out of a job. And until they build a new bank. This is the kind of sideways answer that you get when you ask somebody a direct question. Directly, where is such and such? Directly, he's on vacation. And that's true. But the part of the answer that doesn't, is just, how can you answer somebody with half the truth and believe that you are answering the question? So, is it true he's not here? Yes. Is it true he's on vacation? Yes. Is it true that he won't be back until his vacation is over? Yes. But what is not being said is that they have to build a new bank before his vacation is over, so he will have his job if he doesn't get another job in between. So this brings me to the new computer story. This is the new computer story. So anyway, I go to the bank, and because of my age, which is, over 60, I became a senior, which we're allowed to move around here in Bohol over 60, even over 65, for essential goods. So banking would be an essential good, food would be an essential good, and the immigration office would be essential. So that we are, everything I wanted to do yesterday was within the rules and the regs. So I get to the bank, and he asks me to fill out the form, and he gave me a really cool ballpoint pen. It's one of those Bic pens, the ones that write on anything. Finally, I got a good pen in the bill. I had to give it back, but I said to him, I will keep this pen. No, sir. I asked him, are you sure? He goes, yes, sir. Not allowed. I said, I will trade you my pen, which was from their bank, which is, no. I'll give you this pen for this. No, sir. A pen is goodbye, he said. The pen that the bank gave me only writes on certain pieces of paper and only on certain days. So the pen that he had was all writing, all knowing, all wonderful pen. He wouldn't trade me the pen he had for the pen that the bank gives out at the manager's desk. So anyway, I fill out the thing, and he brings me over. They have a machine, easy to use. You just put your account number in the machine, and then you tell them what you want to do, deposit, withdrawal, whatever it is. And I bypassed, there were only 3 people ahead of me, so I went right to the front of the line, and the lady took my money, and I left. That was simple enough, but I knew about that form. So now you have to fill out the form in order to get into the bank, to get into Chowking, to get into Max's Country Fried Chicken in the ICM Mall, to get into Payag on the ground floor, that's 4. And I'm not sure about McDonald's. I would imagine it would be the same thing. I didn't go into a McDonald's. So, yeah, things are changing here in Bohol. So let's see who else has something to add here. Big Kevin is here. Only real men wear pink. Baby, that's right. Because this shirt, this is what I call my safety shirt. See, what this does is being the size that I am and the color of the shirt, Big Kevin, allows people to see the shirt when I'm walking down the block in the Philippines, when I'm crossing the street, or when I'm on, walking, like wherever I'm walking, it allows people to see you. See, and not only do I wear the shirt, but yesterday I did forget my vest. But if I'm going to walk or ride my bicycle, and I ride my bicycle a lot, I put this vest on over the shirt. Big Kevin, with the observational, Big Kevin, the observant man, noticed that pink shirt right away, right? And it's starting to get rather loose. Look, see this looseness here? This shirt used to be tight, but now if you tighten it up like that, now it's tight. But if I just let it, we have lots of extra room. But what I normally do here is I wear this vest also when I'm walking or riding the bicycle. So that not only do I have a pink shirt on, but I have the vest on as well. Because in the city, I would say that the Filipino people, these people are good drivers. I'm not being facetious about that. I guess I would compare, well, I drove my whole life in Manhattan, Brooklyn, Bronx, Staten Island. I actually had a 16-foot aluminum Grumman box truck that I used to do a lot of work in Manhattan with. And I actually had that truck from 1977 till the mid-90s. And I don't think I had a ding on it that was noticeable from more than 10 feet away. So I drove thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of miles in that truck in Manhattan, over the 59th Street Bridge, and wherever I drove that truck. I drove it to Long Island, I drove it to New Jersey. So I was a pretty good driver. I had a few accidents, but the people in the Philippines are pretty damn good drivers. All things considered, very rarely do you see an accident, but still, I don't really feel like getting nicked. So I like to wear the pink shirt, and I like to put the vest on also, which allows people to see you coming. And also, the babes like the pink. It's like a chick magnet, these pink shirts. Sometimes I get 3-4 women walking up to me on the same, like from the jeepney, they'll all change seats so that they could be next to me. What's up? We love your shirt. So, you like pink? Oh yeah, the women here in the Philippines, they love a man that wears a pink shirt, Big Kevin. Just so that you know, so that when you get here, if you can. Now, in fact, I have something more I want to show you. I have, oh God, talking about pink. Wait till you see this. Okay, so this is not the pink I wanted. That's not it. Yeah, here it is. I got it, baby. Wait till you see this. If you like that, you're gonna love this. Oh yeah, baby. We got pink, and we got pink, and we got more pink. We got pink like you wouldn't believe. I got pink everywhere yesterday. I went, well, that's not the right bag. Where's that other bag? Here it is, right here. Wait till you see this pink. This is, that's not the right bag either. Where did I put that other pink stuff? I had, here it is, right in front of me. Wait till you see what's in this bag. If you thought this shirt was cool, oh my God, I have the shirt on backwards. Ah, it's a Fruit of the Loom. It's okay. You can wear, Fruit of the Loom is designates authority when it comes to pink shirts. So here, look at this. Look at this. I'm going to tell you how much this stuff costs. You're not going to believe the deal I got on this shit. Okay, so here is the total cost of this product was 232 pesos. But that was with some additional things I bought with this. Wait till you see this. You guys are gonna want to come shopping with me because I can show you where to get this stuff. Okay, first of all, because I do a lot of sewing, I got a whole bobbin of industrial grade nylon twine, 80 grams in black, 80 grams. This was 49 $1 for this, where are we here? $1 for 80 grams of industrial grade black nylon, right? Then I got an industrial grade brown nylon, a little bit thinner. So one is for sewing the pants and the other one is going to be for sewing things that are thicker, but that's not what I want to show you. Oh God, I found these things yesterday. I'm very happy about this. Look what I found. The thing that you can, the little, what do they call this? What do they call it? Sewing aid, needle threaders, right? Needle threaders. You go try to find a needle threader in the Philippines, like threading a needle in a haystack. I found 2 of these. Now you got to take these right away, put crazy glue on them. Otherwise, the first time you put the needle through the thread through the needle and you pull it, it falls apart. You got to crazy glue them, bend the metal, and then crazy glue the metal together, and then put a rubber band around it so that the crazy glue doesn't allow the needle threader to come out of it. So everything they sell here has to be modified in order for you to use it the way it says that you could use it. So I have another one that's crazy glued, clamped together, and has a rubber band around it. That works. But look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Big eye needles. Because yesterday, before I left the house, I had to do some sewing, and I didn't have a big eye needle, and I had to sew it with really light duty thread. It worked, but I found big eye needles, and this is located in the BQ Mall on the 3rd floor. And talking about the 3rd floor, there's something called, just when you want to, if you ask them where they sell fabric, they don't, the guards, they don't really know what fabric is because that's an American word, but ask them fabric by the meter, cloth by the meter, and right away they'll know where to go because only just a few things are sold by the meter. So then, now here it is. This is, if you think this shirt is cool, wait till you see this next thing I got here. Look at this. Look at this. Industrial grade pink cloth. It's like, you could use this. This is thick stuff. This is industrial grade, okay? Can't rip it. And you could use, this is the kind of stuff that you would use, well, you could use it for a chair, but it would get dirty, but it's heavy enough to use for a cushion on a chair, or what I'm going to do with this is I have my bicycle seat has ripped, and I want to cover the bicycle seat because I was using a pair of shorts. I had a pair of pink shorts, these little pink shorts. These were Easy's Zumba outfit. I had these and I had them tied on, but no more because I looked at it. I'm going, what are those exactly? When I tied them on, and these shorts, I paid like 800 pesos for these shorts. So I took the shorts off and I went and bought. This cloth. So this cloth was only 115 pesos per meter, but each meter is 2 meters. So it's because it's doubled over. So it's actually 60 pesos per square meter. This is an amazing price for this, because when I bought it last year, similar cloth, when I bought it last year, it was 150 pesos for 1 meter or 300 pesos for 2 square meters. So at the BQ Mall, they have a cloth store that the price is half of what it was last year, but that's not what I want to talk to you about. That's not the big sale of the day. 1,600 pesos I saved yesterday. 1,600. Watch this. You guys are gonna. I am like a shopping extravaganza when it comes to. I looked and I looked and I looked for 2 years. I have been going to every store every day that I go and I see the store to find a pair of shorts that would fit me. I wear a size 28. Apparently, they don't have size 28-inch waist, okay? They only have 32s and 34s. That's too big for me. So I go into the sports department in the BQ Mall on the 2nd floor, and I was looking at different sports gear, looking for a pair of actually I was looking for a pair of cargo shorts, and the lady says, we have no cargo shorts that will fit you, plus the only size they had were like 32 or 34-inch waist, and that's too big for me, the 34-inch waist. So I said, do you have anything that'll fit me? So they brought me over to Dickies, Dickies, the Dickies store, right? So the Dickies store has some shorts, right? So I'm looking at the thing. I said to the guy, do you have anything that will fit me? He says, what size? I told him a 28-inch waist. So he's looking for the 28s, and he can't find anything in a 28. And the smallest he had was a 34. I said, nah, I'd have to wear a belt with the 34, otherwise they'll fall off. And he goes, what about these, sir? And he shows me these, and I said, well, how much are they? And he said, well, they were, let me get this right, because there's a sale going on that you want to grab. And I'm going to tell you why the sale is on right now, but in a minute. So these are real Dickies. These are real Dickies shorts, number one. They're real. They're not, this is the real McCoy. They're the real Dickie. So these are Dickie Big Shot American Fit, Fort Worth, USA, since 1922, baby. So this is the real Dickies card. I know this card because I used to buy the Dickies work jackets sometimes, a very hard piece of cardboard. And then, so the price was 1,800 pesos, 1,800. It was 1,799, or whatever that is, 75. Why they do that, I don't know. But anyway, it was 1,800 pesos, which is $36. But it was on sale yesterday for 900 pesos, half price. So I bought 2 pairs. and these are, and they had them in my size 28. There you go, size 28. So because the 32s, they just swim on me. The 34s, I would need a pair of suspenders to hold up the 34s. But these are the bad boys. I even have the Dickies. The Dickies, I don't think it's metal, but it's plastic. They even have the Dickies thing. So what I want to tell you is what's happening to the Philippines everywhere. The material was down half price, right, from last year. So it went to 50% of what it was last year. It didn't say sale, but it's 50% of what it was last year. And the pants were $1,800. Now they're $900. That's 50%. Went down. I'm going to tell you a little story. There were at least 7 people in the fabric store. At least 7 people, maybe more, including the security lady, who me and her, we exchanged birthday greetings because she knows who I am. Every time I go by, I always say hello to her. So so there were 7 people in the store, and I was the only patron at 11:30 in the morning, I guess. I was the only person in the store because from there I did my food shopping, and then I went to the immigration, I guess. So I got there about 1:30. So at 11:30 in the morning, with 7 personnel in the fabric store on the 3rd floor of the BQ Mall, and they have every color, every grain of fabric there. They have, you almost wish that you needed more stuff. Every color, the colorful stuff like rainbows and different designs. You could buy designs with dogs or cats or umbrellas. There was a design with umbrellas. You could buy stuff you could see through, very fine. You could buy silk. I mean, this is an amazing store. It's a shame that I was the only patron in there that bought anything. There was a woman looking, but I didn't see her buy anything. All right, so I go there, and that was that. Then from that store, I went and found the Dickies pants. Now, in that part of BQ Mall, where the Dickies, it was the whole sports department, all dungaree pants, all sports shirt, all sports apparel. 30 people working in that department? I was the only patron in the store that bought anything. Well, when I went to the cash register, there was nobody in front of me. Well, no, there was a woman in front of me. Actually, there was one woman, and she had a little bag. I don't know what was in the little bag, but she just had a very small bag, whatever it was. And she was checking out as I got there. But whatever she left with a bag smaller than this, half of this size, like this size here, not even, like this size. So whatever that order was, for 30 people in the store, there was one order with a little bag like that. Then I bought those 2 pairs of pants, and for the time I was online, nobody was behind me. So 30 people, and they had to somehow make a profit selling what was 1,800 pesos to 900 pesos, and I bought 2 pairs, and I would have bought more, because one will be like, until I can get cargo shorts from REI, which I haven't gotten in touch with them yet. If I can get them delivered from America to here, until I can get those cargo shorts, I needed a pair of shorts. The shorts I have on, they need to be repaired. That was my sewing project. So I was the only patron Oh, now we're gonna get to my computer. Update on the computer. You're gonna find this really interesting. This is living in the Philippines has gotten a whole lot more complicated since the lockdown. Okay, so I get the shorts. I go to the immigration. The lady explains to me, come back on your next day. I leave. I go to, I bought some pan at the bakery. No eating in the bakery. They used to have tables and chairs. Now they're just stacked up against the wall. So I bought some sweet rolls. Then I went, the small jeepneys, the little ones, they used to be 16 passenger. Now they're 8 people in the back. There used to be 16 people in the back, and 1 is allowed in the front. But I don't know if he had somebody in the front. I never looked, even though I just wasn't interested in that because I was making videos of other things. So when I got on, the lady who I was talking to, I said, how many pesos? Because normally it was 8 pesos. And she said, 8. So I took the 8 pesos out, and then somebody yelled back that it's 10 pesos. So I just took out another 2 pesos and put the pesos added to the 8. And then, so that's actually an increase of 25%. So from 8 to 10 is a 25% increase for a short run. Now it's worked twice, 3, 4 times that, but to get from BQ in those little jeepneys is now 10 pesos. To ride a tricycle, the price has gone up 100%. When I rode the tricycle yesterday, it was clear that it's 20 pesos when you get in the tricycle. No longer 10 pesos. Even if you only go around the block, it was 10 pesos. They'll go up to 3 kilometers for 10 pesos, but it was 10 pesos until yesterday. Now it's 20 pesos, or it was for me. So that went up 100%. The cost of tricycle transportation. There are no hobbles or motorcycles at all in Bohol. Not allowed. Occasionally I'll see. Yesterday I did see one hobble with a girl on the back, but it could have been his sister, but not allowed, nothing for hire. Tricycles only allow 1 person in the tricycle. So if you have 2 people and you want to take the tricycle for groceries, you have to take 2 tricycles. Now the price of the tricycles was $250 to Alona Beach from the ICM mall. Now it's $350. Okay, so it went up 100% would be, went up 70%. 70% increase in tricycles. Now the jeepney, now that's another story. The jeepney price from Alona to the city was 20 pesos if you got on the jeepney in front of McDonald's and went straight to the city. Now it's 50 pesos. So that went up 150%. And I can't tell you what the bus costs now. But the bus from McDonald's in Alona Beach to the city was 41 pesos the last time I used it, but that was back in January. So I don't know what it is now. I'll check next time I need a bus. I will grab whatever comes first, the bus or the jeepney, but typically there's twice as many jeepneys that run. So that's interesting. So let me go back to my notes here. The computer. Let's talk about the computer. Let's do that. Let's talk about this disaster known as business in the Philippines with my computer. All right, let me get to these notes. I gave you the link for the quarantine. Okay. Big Kevin, hello everybody. Oh my God. I see my screen lighting up, baby. Flashing colors on the screen. I see green. I see green on my screen. I see the Jackster jacking up. And again, Jack Thompson. We have things to talk about now, Jack. I don't know if you caught the beginning of the live stream, but Warren is coming to the Philippines, baby. And we have 3 things that we're going to do. We're going to pick out. Warren is going to pick up he wants wooden floors on the 2nd floor. He wants wooden floors. So it would be concrete, and then we'll put some straps down on the floor. Actually, that was the one tool I don't think I brought to the Philippines. I may have one though. I may have one. I have a box inside a box inside a box. The nailer, the T-nailer, the little 1 3/8 nails that it's like a Bostitch nail gun, but it shoots the concrete nails. Actually, I think I have one of those. I'm not sure. But anyway, Warren wants I wouldn't trust the nails anyway, not for flooring. I have I bought 20 boxes of Tapcons from 1 1/4 Tapcons up to 5-inch Tapcons, and I bought 20 boxes assorted when I was in New York last year. So Warren's floor will probably have mahogany. Has a natural oil in it that the termites don't eat so much. They will eat mahogany though. But I'll put down a tar paper on the floor first, and the creosote in the tar paper will, of course, as you know, kill the dampness. That's the right way to do it. It will kill the dampness, and it will not allow the termite to work in between the wood and the cement, because the cement will supply them with water, food. That's what they want. They need water. So there'll be a visqueen vapor barrier tar paper, and then the wooden floor, and then I'll probably use some kind of a fire ant or poison that will kill termites, very diluted, and I'll spray it on the straps on the floor first. So on Warren's floor. So Warren's got to pick out the floor tiling, the floor covering. The Hapsters are here. Welcome to the machine. Mrs. Hapster, I saw your live stream was on last night, 2 nights ago, about you hiking in the woods. And I've been gone like 8 or 10 hours or working on a project for several hours a day. I apologize that I haven't really stopped by to say hello properly. But I did watch you walking down into the forest with your live stream. So if anybody wants to see actual bloggers, because I haven't done any live streaming blogging at all, well, because I don't have the ability to do that. My internet is so bad here. Even if I purchased a load for my tablet and connect my tablet to my GoPro, it won't work. I tried it. It just, I can't get the two of them to communicate with one another. So Mrs. Hapster does live streams about foods, beaches, and hiking in Hawaii. So thank you for stopping by, Mrs. Hapster. So if you want to know what Hawaii looks like, and the more beautiful parts of Hawaii, not Mrs. Hapster always goes to some beautiful park, well-groomed, large selection of the local varieties of fauna and flora. And when she goes to the beach, she goes out, they walk out on the pier, and you'll see maybe a couple of schoolies of striped bass or bluefish or yellowfin tuna or yellowtail snapper. So yeah, Mrs. Hapster has a really cool channel. You guys want to check that out and be nice. If you want to know what Hawaii looks like, that's the channel. That's the go-to channel. So thank you for stopping by, Mr. and Mrs. Hapster. And I do enjoy your uploads. Sometimes I watch the computer at night. I'm so tired. From yesterday was 5:30 a.m. up. 9 o'clock I left the house. I never stopped until 9 o'clock doing some things, and I had to prepare some videos to go someplace, and then I got home last night at 5:30 and then spoke with Warren for an hour about his trip to the Philippines and his passport. So, and by the time I got done, my hub broke. I bought the hub back in 2001. Let me show you what you get here for 800 pesos. So this hub here, I bought this hub from Dell Computers. It's called a Belkin, B-E-L-K-I-N. I bought this in 2001. And there's a high-speed port, low-speed port, and then 5 more USB ports. Well, this worked every day since 2001 until last night, when this power adapter, I think the power adapter took a crap, which is okay. I mean, it lasted 19 years. So, but it's a 5 volt 3.8 amp adapter charger. I have another one of these for sure. I have one of these. I have a variable speed, so I'll try to put that back in. But I found my hub that I bought in Cebu. I paid 800 pesos for this hub here, and this little blue hub right here with the blue lights on it, that has seven USB ports, and I plugged it in and it works just fine, which surprised me, because the last time I plugged it in, it didn't work at all. Anyway, that was 800 pesos. So now we're going to talk about the computer. Oh yeah. Oh well, we should say thank you to Jack. Yeah, baby. Well, Blue Rose is in the house. Oh my God. So Jack hits me with a $4.99. Yeah, baby. Thank you very much, Jack. We're gonna have to stop Jack. What I have to do is figure out how to shut that super chat button off. Okay, so Blue Rose Hapster, good to see you again as well, Mr. and Mrs. Hapster. I gotta tell you, they are real bloggers, Mr. and Mrs. Hapster. I'm not being... they are actual bloggers. They have the equipment to go out and live stream, and they also have the internet ability to do that. And it's actually quite interesting to watch them walk around live down that hill that Mr. Hapster was in the thumbnail of. It's really pretty cool to watch actual live, because when it's live, it's real. It's as real as it gets. And that's Mr. and Mrs. Hapster. The beach, the hiking, they're gonna, I think Mrs. Hapster said she was gonna go to the volcano about 4 days ago. I think I heard Mrs. Hapster say she wants to visit a volcano, I think it was. I don't remember the name of it. So congratulations. Thank you. You are the best live streaming vloggers that have Filipino relationships that I know, that I watch. Now, I don't watch a lot of channels. I cut out all that Philippines blogging genre stuff when I went back to work. And I did go back to work, by the way. So between work and getting together with a few friends and taking care of some other things, I don't have a lot of time. I do have a couple of things going on that required physical work ethics, and even at that, I could only do it for 4 hours and 45 minutes, plus the time to get back and forth, break the tools down and get to the job and back. It was like an 8-hour day. So I'll put in anywhere from 3 to 5 hours of physical work, plus putting the equipment together to get the job done and putting the equipment away at the end of the day. So, and I do that every other day. I try to do that every other day. I won't do it every day, because I also have to do cooking and shopping and pick up my new pink material so I could redress my bicycle seat. I'm very happy about that too, because the bicycle seat lasted probably, it was the longest bicycle seat I ever had that lasted, but it probably was 15 years old, that seat. And just one day I got on it and the plastic work hardened, and I broke the plastic in like 3 places. So I had, like I said, I had Daisy's Zumba shorts on, and then when I'm going, what the heck is that? And I had put them on the seat and wore them, and I'm going, where the hell did I get those shorts from? I knew they were Daisy's. I'm going, oh my God, I paid like 850 pesos or 900 pesos for those shorts. They're really good quality material. That's why I picked that material up. But so I had it draped on. But these, I could actually, if these were just a little bit bigger, I could have used these shorts instead of buying those Dickies. But these are like a 22 inch waist, and I have a 28 inch waist. So these are a little bit tight. Unless I lose a few inches, then I could wear these. You know, these would fit perfect. But and they have a liner inside them. These are actually Zumba. This is a Zumba outfit shorts. So when I remembered how much I paid for them, there's no reason to destroy them as using them for a bicycle seat. Yeah, my waist is down to about 28 inches now. So those are, if I don't think I'll ever be a 22 again, but who knows, you know, you never know. If I start doing 1,000 sit-ups a day, it's possible. You know, anything is possible. So let's get back to the computer stuff. We'll say thank you to Jack. Thank you, Jack, very much. Thank you. Salamat. Now, well, no, we're not going to get back to Jack. We have Mr. and Mrs. Hapster. See you again, Mr. Fazio. So they made some love from Mrs. Hapster. That is the Hapster saying, love. That is a Hapster's happening. And Blue Rose is in the house. Welcome to the machine, Blue Rose. I have not bothered you, Blue Rose, for the last few days because I know how busy that you are with your new job. But if you'd like to talk after the show, I'd be happy to put you and me and Warren together. That'd be up to you. And then the Hapster says, hee hee hee, I was in the woods for real. It was an arduous hike. My knees and legs still hurt. Yep. Now that's why instead of getting right on a jeepney, right from where I live, that's why I walk anywhere up to 1 kilometer backwards. I walk backwards up to 1 kilometer. Now, I don't do that every time I go. Yesterday, I was in a hurry yesterday. I needed to get to the city because the videos that I were working with yesterday morning, it's fucking YouTube. YouTube took, you want to go nuts inside your head? You want to go nuts? A 10-minute video in high def, so high def, took 20 hours to upload. 20 hours. 20 hours. So when the video uploaded, I had to wait. I reckoned that it would be about till 8 o'clock in the morning. It was a little after 8. So I didn't get that video loaded, titled, and I had already had my show notes for the video. But then the video had to be put down as advertiser friendly and not non-age restricted and so on and so forth. So I was in a hurry yesterday. I jumped right on a tricycle. And you want to know what it's like living in the Philippines? I'll tell you what it's like. In Alona Beach, in the area of Alona Beach, if you get in a tricycle and you go 1 block, they want 50 pesos. 50 pesos. And in the city, they'll go 3 kilometers for 50 pesos. Now, if you go 1 kilometer, let's say you go from McDonald's to Giuseppe's Pizza. That's at the end of town. Giuseppe's is at the end of town. That's 50 pesos. But if you go 1 block, it's 50 pesos. So in the city, for the same distance, they charge 20 pesos. So it's 2.5 times the price for a jeepney. So yesterday, now the guys know I usually walk backwards for the first kilometer, and then I'll wait for the jeepney. I'll walk backwards for 1 kilometer, or I'll get on the jeepney if it comes first. So they asked me if I wanted to ride. I said, yeah, okay. And I said, how much? Because don't get on a jeepney without asking how much. Don't do it. Don't get into a cab without getting whatever price they tell you, they'll stick to it. But if they don't tell you a price when you get in, they're going to double or triple the price. So yesterday I got a guy, I don't know if he knew me or didn't know me or not. I didn't know him. And he said, would you like a jeepney would you like a tricycle to get to the jeepney station? Yes. How much? 80 pesos. I said, 80 pesos? 80 pesos? It was 50 last week. Yes, sir. 80 pesos. Only 80. I said, no, I'll walk. So I got out. And then he went down to 50, and I said, no, I'll walk. And that's actually 55% more than it should cost. 55% more. Now, I've heard a story about some guy, call him a guy, saying that it was back in September. I had a lady come to meet me, and the motorcycle fare was supposed to be 100 pesos from Danao to Alona Beach. 100 pesos. And the guy got lost. The motorcycle guy got lost. He didn't know where the 7-Eleven in Alona Beach was. And he went to the wrong 7-Eleven. So at 6:20, she left her house. At 7 o'clock, I just called up and to text her to tell her, you know, forget it. I'm done. I'm going to go. Actually, they had a carnival going in another location. I said, I'm just going to go to the carnival. No. What do you mean, no? She couldn't not come to my house because she didn't have the money to pay the motorcycle guy. And I said, you don't have 100 pesos? She said, no. I said, all right, I'll meet you at the carnival. Well, the guy went to the wrong place. I don't know where he went. So I went to the carnival. I got an Italian ice, and I waited by the statue, and it wasn't there. So I went home, and I got a call like at 8 o'clock at night. We are at such and such a hotel, and I'm going, yeah, that's pretty close. So I'll walk down the block and I'll meet you there. So the guy, she gets off the motorcycle, very, very attractive young lady, and I said, how much? Because it was 100 pesos. And he tells me 500 pesos. I'm going, what are you, nuts? Sir, it took 2 hours to get here. I said, let me tell you, dude, it's a 20-minute ride from Danao to Alona Beach. 20 minutes. Sir, 500. I said, I'm not giving you 500 pesos. So then he settled for 350, and I handed him 250, and we're done. I said, we're done now. That's 2.5 times what the original price was. What don't these people understand? He got lost on his island where he lives, where he works, and instead of a 20-minute ride, he rode him. I'm telling you, that guy was on that motorcycle with her from 20 after 6 till a quarter after 8. They don't think there's anything wrong with just tripling or quadrupling the price, but I won't pay. I'll pay what the price of the services worked. 50 pesos would have been 50 pesos is what I would have paid for a tricycle yesterday, but not 80. Why would I give the guy 55% more? I'm just by myself, no packages, no boxes, no nothing, just me. And I only wanted to go 1 kilometer. So now he's charging me, they'll go 3 kilometers for 20 pesos in the city. I only want to go 1 kilometer, so he's charging me 7 times what it would cost me in the city. I won't do that. You can call me cheap, you can call me heck, I don't care what you call me, but when you want 55% more money for a service that I know what it costs, I'm not going to pay that. I will not allow these people to do that, and they will do it as often as you let them do it. If you make an agreement, before you get into a cab, you find out the price. Whatever that cab driver says the price is, if he says a price and you agree to the price, they'll do it for that price. They will not change the price higher, and they won't go lower. But you need to make sure before you get on a tricycle or a motorcycle or a cab that you need to make sure that you and the cab driver have eye contact and you agree on a price, and whatever that price is, they'll stick to it. Coming from the boat terminal to go to the Ayala Mall, that price, in case anybody is interested, was up until January, 120 pesos. Maximum. That's what you pay. If it's nighttime and there's no traffic and it's a metered ride, it'll be 73 pesos for the ride with no traffic. In the daytime, if there is traffic, it'll be 110 to 130 pesos. It won't be more. So 120 pesos is a reasonable amount. They won't put the meter down and they pocket the money. That's none of my business. But they will ask you for 400 pesos. So I'm just telling you what it's worth. And if you agree to 400 pesos, then you have to pay them 400 pesos. I've had people ask me to go from the fountain at the Ayala Mall, what was the name of that town? Osaka Bay Hotel, to meet Shirani Vista, the girl that asked me for $15,000 7 minutes after I met her. He wanted 1,800 pesos. 1,800, which at the time, 5 years ago, would have been about 60 bucks. 1,800 pesos. It was 30 pesos to the dollar. So that, yeah, 60 bucks. It would have been $60. When two jeepneys, sorry, one jeepney on the way home from the Osaka Bay cost me 60 pesos. So he wanted 35 times what a jeepney would cost for a cab drive. 60 bucks as opposed to 60 cents. 100 times more money he wanted. 100 times. So when I got into the cab, I said, how much do you want? Now, standard operating procedure, if you get in the cab and they hit you with a price, you tell them half that price. They'll do it for half. And if they say no, just get out. And then now you know where to start. Whatever their price was, start at half price. That's how it works. So if you're at the airport, the old airport in Bohol, the city of Tagbilaran, they'd want anywhere from 500 to 1,000 pesos to go from the airport to Alona Beach. Well, 500 would be reasonable. That's $10. 1,000, if it's late at night, is reasonable. But 1,000 is twice the going price. It's up to you if you want to pay it. Now we're going to talk about, let me say hello to Jack, and then we're going to, Mr. Del Fuego is in the house. We'll say thank you to Mr. and Mrs. Hapster for the love, love, love. Yeah, well, Mrs. Hapster, I still have my computer. We're going to that subject right now. I still have I have a multiple adapter that plugs into 110 or 220, and it gives you every voltage from like 1 milliamp up to 12 volts. So I have that adapter. I'm going to try that. It's in a box. I know where that adapter is. But there's no reason for that adapter because this new hub is working good. But I'll bring the whole hub and the charging pack for the hub. I'll bring it to the city and I'll have a guy test it for 30 pesos. He'll test it, tell you if he could fix it or not. Yes, we're getting to the Mrs. Hapster, we're getting to the computer, by the way. Oh, yeah. My old computer, still working pretty good, actually. So, thank you very much. Blue Rose says, Jack Thompson is a great rule follower. Blue Rose is lying and lying and lying and lying. Jack Thompson does not follow the rules. Scott Del Fuego, wordsmithing here. In the universe, there are forces no one can explain. Life forces touch one another. Distant objects affect others. Einstein called this spooky action at a distance. Some say an unobserved phenomena. Never occurs, yet Schrodinger's cat illustrates the absurdity of this belief. However, certain actions do not occur if not observed. Among these unexplained mysteries, there exists a man, Michael Fazio. He has written books, sailed oceans, built monuments, structures, and met with beings of other dimensions. Enjoy this chance to walk with genius and explore the ragged edges of your universe. Wow, that was intense. I'm going to read that again. That was pretty. That was wordsmithing. Salamat. Oh my God. Okay, so that was the first time I read it. I thought I did pretty good. Whoa. In this universe, there are forces no one can explain. Life forces touch one another. Distant objects affect others. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. Some say an unobserved phenomenon never occurs, yet Schrodinger's cat illustrates the absurdity of this belief. For those of you who don't know what Schrodinger's cat was, it was put a cat in a box, you drop a radioactive isotope in the box, and it kills the cat. But theoretically, the cat is alive and dead at the same instant because the radioactive isotope kills the cat instantaneously. And it's called Schrodinger's cat theory, about the cat being alive and dead at the same time. However, certain actions do not occur if not observed. Among these unexplained mysteries, there exists a man, Michael Fazio. He has written books, sailed oceans, built monumental structures, and met with beings of other dimension. All of that is true, by the way. Thank you. Enjoy this chance to walk with genius and explore the ragged edges of your universe. Wow, I wish that people would understand how much truth is in the words of the wordsmith himself, the great Scott Del Fuego, from Detroit, from Chicago, the city of Detroit. It's an amazing thing. No, the city of Chicago. What am I talking? Chicago. This is an amazing thing that Scott always comes up with the most complimentary word phrases ever possible. And I'm sure I have to tell you how much I love reading your stuff, because what you just said about sailing oceans, that's true. What you said about meeting beings from other dimensions, that's true. It's not fiction. It's not a storyline to get, to grab, attention. It's true. There are beings from other dimensions, and some people get to experience those beings while you're alive, and some people can feel them, some people can see them, some people can hear them, some people they communicate with, some people believe they are communicating back and forth, some people are communicating back and forth. These are real things, and the people that don't believe these things about spiritual beings that live in other realms, they don't have that experience, so they lack. Let's say they're lacking, and there are a lot of lacking people out there. But thank you very much, Scott Del Fuego, the wordsmith himself. What compliments! Boy, I wish we could get these. The button is stuck. The button is stuck. Is it stuck on $4.99? Apparently, it looks like it's stuck on $4.99. Jack Thompson with another $4.99. Never again to hear me complain about only 99 cents that he owes me a penny. Nope, that's ancient history. Jack can $1.99 me, or $3.99, or $4.99 me, all he wants. Thank you very much, Jack. Salamat. You know what we're gonna do, Jack? I tell you what I'm gonna do. For you, I'm gonna put the glasses on, but what shall I bang? I know what I shall bang. I shall bang my nut for $4.99. Listen to that. You don't get the pot for $4.99. pot doesn't come out for fun. But it got a nice ring to it, one nut. I wonder if I put both of those boys together, what it would sound like. If I put both of these nuts together, right? 2 nuts. Oh, yeah. I can hear the echo. You hear it? Two nuts, baby. 2 nuts as opposed to the pot. Oh. Talking about 2 nuts, we're going to talk about Warren H. Warren H. is being abused. And a lot of people don't appreciate Warren H. being abused. Warren H. has been abused. And the abuse has been documented. Thank you, Jack. Thank you very much. That's Jack just gets for you, Jack. I don't mean to be disrespectful in any way, but for $4.99 and $4.99, you get a pair of nuts. You're lucky that Mr. Obama doesn't come over here and teabag you. Yeah, Jack Thompson, 2 nuts. Yeah. And, oh my God, look, Mr. Obama's coming. He heard the sound of thunder. What brings you over here, Mr. Obama? Well, Steve Montelli's not around, and I heard you banging, and I know, you know that I was going to make a video for Mike, Big Mike. Mr. Obama, put the bad boys away. How about some tea? You want to have some? Not with you, Mr. Obama. No, not with you. Okay. What? Tell you what, Mr. Obama. Here, wait. Come on over here. Just this way you don't. How about you just look? Is this what Big Mike wants? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, he's looking. And, but where's Steve Montelli? Well, Mr. Obama, Steve Montelli can't be everywhere. And he was talking about PAL, the prices for PAL and the seating arrangements to get to the Philippines. Economy and Coach this morning, early. Oh, Steve's coming. Well, I don't know if he's coming, but he might go to the Philippines. And we look forward to that. And what are you going to do when Steve gets here? Me and Steve going to have tea. What about Big Mike? Oh yeah. Big Mike looking forward to talking to Steve Montelli. You think that Big Mike and Steve Montelli have something in common? Oh yeah. What do you think they have in common, Mr. Obama? Well, for one, they're going to have tea bags together. So what you're saying is that you and Big Mike and Steve Montelli going to have like tea and crumpets? Well, not crumpets, but tea bags. And okay, Mr. Obama, thank you very much. You're welcome. Jack Thompson, we love you. Okay, so Mr. Obama, you go over there. Jack is not that type of guy. You know that, Mr. Obama. Anyway, Mr. Obama did make his special guest appearance, and thank you for that. Okay, so Mrs. Hapster is stating that I am correct in my memory of. I do watch people's videos. I just don't comment on every video. Actually, that's probably a good thing. Mrs. Hapster or Mr. Hapster says, yeah, once the whole thing is settled down here in Hawaii, I would like to go back to the Big Island where Kailua volcano is located. Yeah, Mrs. Hapster, I always urge my members of my community to go to your channel. as far as I'm concerned, as far as Philippines blogging is concerned, your channel is way better than mine ever would be. Thank you very much for stopping by. I feel honored when you stop by, because I know that you are Mr. and Mrs. Hapster. They should have been called Mr. and Mrs. Happening, because they are always doing something. Even when Mrs. Hapster is live streaming from her kitchen, she's preparing meals with as many as 5 or 6 vegetables and meats and pies and cakes and all this other stuff. I mean, she is a busy, she's a worker. She's a go-getter, Mrs. Hapster. And Mr. Hapster is exactly the same way, because that's what their marriage, aka their team, does. They work together and they always keep busy. They blog together, they walk together, they go to the beach together. It's a great channel. If you're not subscribed to Mr. and Mrs. Hapster, and you're coming to my channel and you had to choose a channel to go back to, I would choose Mrs. Hapster's channel. If you want to know what Hawaii looks like, I would choose Mrs. Hapster's channel over anybody else's. I don't even know if anybody else does what they do. Yes, Mrs. Hapster, I agree. 1 kilometer, 5 minutes is no problem at all. 1 kilometer. Well, 1 kilometer is a half a mile. A little bit, just about a half a mile. And if on flat and level ground, I used to do, now this when I was in high school, but I used to do 6-minute miles, 8 or 9 or 10 miles, 6-minute miles. But now, if I walk fast, I think I would probably be doing a 12-minute mile if I walk fast. In fact, I can tell you exactly how far. It's 3 kilometers. It's 3 kilometers plus 1,000. It's 3.5 kilometers. So that's just under 3.5 kilometers. Just under 3.5 kilometers. So that's like 1.33 miles. And it takes me 21 minutes to walk 1 1/3 miles. So I guess I'm walking 7-minute for 1/3 of a mile is what? 1/3 of a mile is 2,000 feet. Yeah, about, yeah. 1/3 of a mile in 8 minutes. 1 1/3 miles in 21 minutes. So 15. I'm walking a 15-minute mile without breaking a sweat. You know, that's just a good pace. So Mrs. Hapster does a lot more walking than I am, and she's quite a bit younger. So she could do 1 kilometer in an hour and 5 minutes. So that's a 10-minute mile. That's reasonable. Yep, Mrs. Hapster, you're in. I've watched you guys. I see what you do. You are athletes, still moving and agile. If I was working every day, that would be no problem for me as well. But I don't work every day. I have other things that have to do. Rules. So thank you, Mrs. Hapster. 5-minute. Mrs. Hapster or Mr. Hapster can do that in 5 minutes, 1 kilometer. So how long does it take me to get from McDonald's? Well, I know how long it takes me to get from McDonald's to Giuseppe's. To go that kilometer takes me about 8 minutes. So Mrs. Hapster's going, that's not walking fast. That's lollygagging. 8 minutes to walk that spot. 8, 9, maybe 9 minutes. And that's stopping to say hello to people, you know, a couple of people that I know. I don't stop to talk to everybody, because then I would never get to where I was going. Thank you, Mrs. Hapster. So Mrs. Hapster walks a 5-minute kilometer, and I walk at my pace 8 or 9 minute kilometer. Half a kilometer. Rules are for fools. Over. Jack. Jack and I have a rapport on the phone. When we have topic matter, either one of us could go on for several minutes. So we don't interrupt each other. So when he's done with his segment of the conversation, or I'm done with my segment of the conversation, we do it like a walkie-talkie communication. Over. And then if there was like a thought, when he says over, I'll voice my opinion, and we go back and forth like that. Whereas I have to do that with Jack because he does not have Skype video. So we're talking on the phone. Whereas with Warren and several other people that I talk to, you can see their face stop and you know that the sentence is over. But on radio communication, especially radio traffic, when you're flying or you're piloting a vessel, you say over. So the other person knows that you're over because you're getting stepped on from 10 or 12 different people on that channel sometimes. So when you're done, you'll try to switch off to another private frequency, but if there aren't any other frequencies available in that area, then you'll just say over. So Jack says over because he's ready. What he's ready to do is say something else. Now, Scott Del Fuego, I see Mr. Obama, says Scott Del Fuego. He doesn't follow the rules either. He had some bad stuff in a bulb in Mr. Larry Sinclair's limousine. Oh, boy. You're talking about a Hubble bubble. Well, actually, it was a bulb, according to Larry. You're right about that. And he enjoyed something real men don't. Bad, Mr. Obama. Yep. So, I knew a guy like Larry Sinclair. It wasn't the glass penis, but it was the bulb. That was what they used to put that crap in. And he was, in fact, he worked for me in Key Largo. And he said that back in the 80s, so I moved to Key Largo in 93. Well, I moved to the Keys. And in 95, I moved to Key Largo. He started working for me in 1999. And they used to call him Have Gun Will Travel. But his name was not Have Gun Will Travel. This guy, he rode a motorcycle back in the 80s. I didn't know him, even though he came from my neighborhood, where like about a mile away. But what was that guy's name that Have Gun Will Travel? Whatever that guy's name is, that was what they called him. But they called him Have Stem Will Travel. That's what they called him. And he never went anywhere without his glass apparatus. And when he moved to the Florida Keys, well, I was in the year 2000. When I bought my house, I was 44 years old. But in the year 2000, I would have been 45. And I met him in 2001, and he was still doing that shit. And he was my age. And I'm going, what's up with this, man? I'm not going to change. His wife didn't care. I didn't care. He got a pension from New York City, the Long Island Railroad. They didn't care. They didn't do drug testing on him. But yeah, he was still doing that shit. I don't know if he's still alive. I can't imagine him still being alive. But yeah, it's a pretty interesting, the whole concept of that stuff, go back into the 80s and to remember what happened. My friend smoked a gas station, an entire $500,000 worth of gas station, the Gulf gas station next to Pizza City. He smoked that. Another friend of mine, Frankie, he smoked an entire beautiful condominium on Shore Parkway in Brooklyn. Another friend of mine smoked his house. Another guy that worked for me smoked his house. The guy I grew up with, Eddie, smoked not just his house, but his mother's house. They put an entire house in a ball about that big, a glass ball about that big. Not just one, but they put a whole house. Eddie, over the course, well, I didn't stay with Eddie, but he got married, had a kid, we lost track, and I didn't see him till he was broke, but I remember he bought a house with his wife and everything, and he did so many drugs that he lost, he did so many drugs that he refinanced his house for $90,000, and this is going back into the early 80s, and then he smoked that too, and you just couldn't make that man stop getting high. There was something about that product that people just couldn't stop doing that stuff. Anyway, yeah, Larry Sinclair did bad things with Mr. Obama and the limousine, and Mr. Obama bought the bad stuff for Mr. Larry Sinclair, from what I understand. Bad Obama. You're very bad, Mr. Obama. What I'm gonna do, Mr. Obama, is bad Obama. Oh, bad. You're very bad. Oh, you're very sorry, Mr. Obama. And back to, now we're gonna talk about my computer. I didn't get a computer yesterday, but I did get some stories. And what we're gonna do now is I'm going to tell this story. I went to the Alturas Mall across from the immigration, where the girl who answered the phone for the Alturas Mall Computer Center said it was the one near the immigration office, but there's three branches of that mall. It wasn't that branch. So then I went. There is nothing in BQ that can order an Asus computer. Nothing. Now there is a place at the Galeras Mall that I didn't go to yesterday, because just for time reasons. So then I went to the ICM Mall. There's two places in the ICM Mall that can order a computer, but I already went over the problem I had with the first place 2 weeks ago. For 3 weeks, yes sir, we could get the computer. Yes sir, we can get the computer. Yes sir, but when I went to buy the computer, no sir, it's not available. So I just said, well, I will not buy the computer from you. For 3 weeks, you said, yes sir, it's available. And when I go to buy it, it wasn't available. The i7, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, it's available. So I went in with the money to buy the computer, and when I got there, well, now the i7 isn't available, only the i9. Okay, when can you have it? Yes sir, we have it in stock. When? 3 to 4 weeks. So I should call them up right now, see where that computer is. Do they have it on the desk in Manila? So they call up, no sir. Well, where is it? Well, they have to order it from their supplier. So I said, well, you lied to me, I'm not going to do business with you. So I go to another store. I won't tell you her name. I do have video of being outside that store where the guard is all of a sudden a salesman trying to sell me a 60,000 peso QLED oil. It looks like oil, but it's QLED screen. And go into the store, and I see the lady that I've been talking to for a month now. Did you, you were supposed to call me. Yes, sir, we called you. No, you didn't call me. Yes, sir, I called on June 4th, and then on June 12th, I said, no one called me. No one called me. I don't have any messages. I don't have any incoming calls. I don't have any texts. Yes, sir, we called you. All right, I'll say it again. No one called. Now, can you get the computer? Yes, sir. When? 3 to 4 weeks, sir. And how much do you, half the price, sir, 100,000 pesos. When will you guarantee the computer? 3 to 4 weeks, sir. I says, you'll guarantee me that in 30 days, I'm looking directly at the woman. In 30 days, if I don't have the computer sitting on this table working, you'll give me back my money. You can guarantee that to me? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So you're standing here, I made it clear, is that you're standing here saying that if I give you this money, I'll go to the bank, I'll get the money. If I give you this money, in 30 days, you'll give me back my money. If the computer's, yes, sir. So you'll write that down on a piece of paper? Yes, sir. I said, all right, go get a paper and pad, and we'll write up an agreement. And then I'll go to the bank and get your money. Yes, sir. So she disappears. I don't know where she goes. I know she went to the office, but she didn't come back. I'm talking to the guard. I'm talking to the sales rep. There are 6 men in the back that sell washing machines and dryers and appliances in the back of the store. There's nobody in the store, just me. The guard, a young man, the lady who was taking care of me, the manager, and then there were 2 other women in the manager's office. It was all glass, like a glass booth. So about 8 minutes, I would estimate 8 minutes went by, and where did this lady go? So I look over, I didn't know where she went because my back was towards her, was away from her. So I turn around and I see this glass booth, and she's in the booth standing there, just looking. And I don't know what she was looking at, but she wasn't looking at me, but she wasn't looking at the table either. She's just like looking. I don't know what she was looking at. So I go to the booth, and the door's open. I said, what's up? She goes, we're calling corporate. I said, but you just said you were 100% sure you could give back the money in 30 days. Yes, sir. But now you have to get permission? Yes, sir. All right, I'm going to go now. I will not buy the computer from you because you lied about calling me on June 4th. You didn't call. You lied about calling me on June 12th. You didn't call. You lied about being able to make the promise that you could write it down that I get my money back in 30 days. You lied when you said you were going to get a pencil and paper to write it down. And now you're telling me a 5th story that this other woman is calling corporate to check on what you made a promise to me. That's 5 things that you said that you didn't keep your agreement on. I'm not going to buy a computer from you. Plus, we have between us 30 phone calls that I've called up the store. 30 phone calls and actual visits to the store total since the 1st of June, or well, the last week of May. 30 times we've communicated. Communicate with her. Me calling the store. She's not there. Me calling the store, she'll call back. Me calling the store when she doesn't call back. Me calling the store and finally talking to her, and then her telling me to come in, and we'll talk about 30 phone calls between her and the previous salesperson. And no one ever, one time ever, not even one time have I ever received a message on this phone or any other phone. I don't only have one phone. Nobody ever called me, ever, left a message, ever, never. Nobody ever called in, say, 19 days of all the times they promised to call. No one ever called or text messages me. So, now let's talk about me and Warren. Me and Warren and Blue Rose, they know I'm calling a place called Villman, V-I-L-L, man, Villman.com in Manila. Okay? So I started that about 10 days ago. Villman Computer. Here is the website, Villman Computer. Building here. Here's the website, located in Manila. So I'm going to copy this link here, and then I'm going to go and I'm going to post this on my page 3 times, Villman Computers. And then you can talk to Jerome. And you can ask Jerome why I've called him 25 times, and he's never, one time ever, never, ever, not one time ever has Jerome called me back. You can ask him that question, because I would like to know why Jerome was going to call back last Thursday and never did. Then I spoke with another woman Saturday and Sunday, and she said Jerome would call me on Monday. He never did. I would like to know. And I'm going to post this on my. I would like to know why Jerome never called back, because when you go to this website, it says contact, and when it contacts, now I'll open up that file too. So I'm going to give you Jerome's telephone number if you want to ask him in person. If you'd like to ask him, I'm going to open up my notes on that subject, the Asus computer notes recently. I'm going to give you Jerome's telephone number, and you can call Jerome and ask Jerome why he hasn't called back, answering when and if he can get the computer, because he's 100% sure he can get it. And he's 100% sure he can put it on his desk in Villman Computer in Manila. And I was 100% sure that I was going to Manila to buy it. And when I wanted to make arrangements, I can't because of the lockdown. So here is Sir Jerome. Now it says 300 unanswered phone calls. 300. That's redialing. So some days you'll redial, 50 times in an hour. You just push redial, and twice they answered the phone. But 300 phone calls to Jerome. So here is Sir Jerome's phone number in Manila. It's a globe number. If you want to call up Sir Jerome and ask Sir Jerome why he hasn't called me back, even though another representative of his company said that they would make sure that Sir Jerome would call me back. They were 100% positive that their message was going to get through to Sir Jerome, and his response was going to be that he's going to tell me when the computer will be available. And if there wasn't this enhanced lockdown, now, if there was no hello, Mrs. Hapster, you're back. Welcome back, Mrs. Hapster. If there was no enhanced lockdown, you did ask about my computer, and this is the answer. I would have went to Manila yesterday, today, tomorrow. I would just go there. What's the big deal? In fact, the 169,000 peso i7 Asus Pro Duo 581 was reduced to 157 cash. So I would have saved 12,000 pesos to go to Manila. But can't go to Manila. Mrs. Hapster says, I've been here just listening to Mr. Father. We haven't, Mrs. Hapster, Warren may or may not be here. Last I spoke with Warren a few minutes before the live stream, he had a guest ring his doorbell. But Warren would confirm all. Blue Rose was also part of the conversation I had with computer stores. He does not understand why I can't get a computer. I can order the computer from anybody in Bohol. Anybody. But they want 100,000 peso deposit, which is not problematic, but they won't guarantee me a date. So when I say, do you have the computer? This is why I will not give them money. Any money at all, even 10,000 pesos, I was told this morning. Don't give them any deposit. Tell them to get the computer. So here's the question. Can you get me? No. Oh, okay. So no, you cannot. I'll show you the website and I'll give you the link that I have up on my channel. B&H. B&H is the only place that would ship it directly, and they will not ship to the Philippines. This website is add to cart. Doesn't matter what you do. B&H Photo does not ship to the Philippines. So if you add it to the cart, eventually you'll come to a screen where it says does not ship to the Philippines. All right. I ordered a couple of things, but when you go to check out, it will not ship to the Philippines. So B&H will not ship it to the Philippines. Now there's a company called Newegg. Newegg will ship it to the Philippines, but let me tell you, Newegg will not guarantee that the computer will get to you, and there's no insurance on the item. The insurance is if someone stole the computer out of the box, or you would have to go through some sort of paperwork that would take, I don't know if you'd ever get your money from Newegg, because they don't ship to the Philippines. Now with Newegg, they ship using UPS in America. If the computer doesn't come, or the box is empty, or it's broke, they'll just send you another one the next day, but not so in the Philippines. To answer your question, so Newegg will ship to the Philippines. Their shipping fee is $80, but that's not, there's no like insurance on the product. No. Yeah, somebody could send it to me, but the other problem with that is you are asking exactly the systematic questions that I went through, Mrs. Hapster. You are so accurate in your questioning. So yes, someone not legally can't ship you a new computer, but someone could ship a new computer, 100%. But no warranty on the computer. The warranty is void if you buy a computer in America. So if I buy that computer in America, and when it gets here and I open the box and it doesn't work, it has to be shipped back to the person that bought it legally, and they have to send it to the company via UPS, and then the company will send it back to them, or a new one, and then they have to ship it back to me. So theoretically, in a Balikbayan box, that would take 6 weeks to get here, 6 weeks to get back, 6 weeks to get back here. So it could be 20 weeks before I had a computer that worked. Or I could pay whatever fee for the warranty, for the work done. Now, work done could be $100 or could be $1,000 on a brand new computer. If the warranty is not void and the motherboard blows up or something like that. And I bought 2 new computers that broke within 24 hours already here in Bohol. So I'm not going to buy. So your questions are 100% where I went, and 100%. Even though I was willing to ship it, to buy it from B&H Photo, even I was willing to do that, they won't ship it. But they would. I've bought lots of stuff from B&H Photo, but Newegg would ship it, but no insurance, or the insurance is shaky to begin with, but no warranty, zero. No. Now in the Philippines, if I buy it, Lazada, Lazada says, yeah, we have one, and you go on the website and say buy now, it says this unit is not available. So I can't buy it from Lazada. And the one company that I was guaranteed I'd be able to get it from, Vilman, I can't buy it from Vilman. Even I have a friend of mine that maybe I thought was in Manila, but he's not. But he would have been able to bring it to me. And then he has a house here. He would stay in lockdown in his house. But that's not possible. I've tried it. I've tried everything. So I'll just keep trying. But I will not give them money. I will not. If they don't understand that I'm going to buy the computer, I don't have a choice. Oh, yeah, I have a choice. Velman says they can get the computer if I go to Manila. But if I go to Manila, what they mean is when I get to Manila and give them 100,000 peso deposit, they're going to order it from their supplier, which means they don't have one either. So two places in the ICM mall want the deposit, and 1/3 place wants the deposit, and they all the third place was the Octagon in Cebu, but I can't go to Cebu because it's 14-day quarantine, the ECQ rules. So I can't go to Cebu anyway. I'd have to spend 2 weeks in Cebu in lockdown before I could go to the store, and then I have to come back. So it would take 3 weeks to get the computer, theoretically, if they had it at the store. But in that much time, they could get it here. But I can't go. They don't have it in Octagon. They also want 100,000 pesos. The Octagon in the SM Mall further south from, not the Octagon in the Ayala Mall. That store can't order that computer. The other Octagon, the main branch in the SM Mall in bottom of Cebu. This is like ridiculous. It's absurdity times 25,000. Okay, the Octagon at the AL Mall can order the computer, but the Octagon in the SM Mall can order the computer, but it's 4 to 6 weeks. So when you say, will it be 4 to 6 weeks? Yes, sir. Then, all right, so call up your store. This was when the rules were relaxed 2 weeks ago. Call up your store in Manila. Tell them I'm going to Manila. And then when I tell the guy to call up, he doesn't call me back. When I call up, did you call up? Yes, sir. Did you find out? Yes, sir. You can go to Manila, and when you get there, they'll order the computer. I'm going, but I want it to be on the desk. No, sir. Go to Manila. Just go to Manila. That's 12,000 pesos by the time you spend a couple of days in a hotel. Just go to Manila and order it. But maybe it'll be 3 to 5 weeks from the time they order it. This doesn't make any sense. No sense at all. None. Yeah, okay, the computer still works, and I'm okay with that, Mrs. Hapster. So what Mrs. Hapster just said is she will buy the computer, the $4,000 model, and she'll ship it to me. And if it breaks, Mrs. Hapster is going to pay for the repairs, 100% for the time and the labor. Thank you very much. Salamat. So, yeah, I'm sure the computers still work, but I bought 2 new computers. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows I bought a brand new Acer. Wait. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much, Mrs. Hapster. That was very nice of you. Salamat. So, yeah, everybody knows I bought a brand new Acer computer. Love, love, love from Mrs. Hapster. Yeah, baby. Yeah, I that's just my computer update. Now, if they had the computer, I could show you the bank book, but the money's in the bank. Warren will confirm that if Warren is here. I don't know where Warren is, but Warren and I are very open as to finances. And in fact, Warren, now it's, Warren sent out the last portion of what was his donation towards the computer. Right around May 15th. And that money is lost in... You want to talk about things that don't work here in the Philippines? On May 15th, or thereabouts, Warren sent and the last portion of his payment for the computer to me. And I still haven't received it yet. Now, in order for Warren to get the first 2 payments to me from he made it in multiple payments, it was 40 or 50 phone calls and 10 hours of emails and conversations between me and Warren and the 2 banks. 40 or 50 emails and phone calls, and at least 10 hours for me and Warren and the banks talking all together. So Warren sent out his last payment of the balance of the $3,000 that were Australian dollars, and it never got here. Now, Warren was guaranteed last Thursday that would be cleared up by Thursday, but on Thursday they said call back Monday. On Monday, no one knows where the money went, and they're going to call Western Union again on Tuesday, and Tuesday came and went, and Warren still doesn't know where the money is. So now, the reason I upgraded the computer to the next one up is because GE Northcote contributed. Jack Thompson, he's going to own at least a keyboard of the keyboard of that computer. I mean, you know, Jack Thompson is he's into this stupid chat like a bad habit, worse than a bad habit. Jack's got this. He just can't stop. He can't stop. Stop sending super chat, Jack. Polly Hogue, please, please, Mr. Jack Thompson, please stop. Okay. Thank you. You've been more than generous. Plus, our conversations are worth a fortune. All right. Well, Jack Thompson is always. What color did you paint the toenails, Jack? Hopefully, it was a nice bright color. Okay. Let's see what color this thread this is. Look. I have an orange colored thread. No, that's black. Sorry, that's an orange bag. So, Mrs. Hapster, love, love, love. Love, love, love back at you, Mrs. Hapster. So we have covered talking to people emails to people through Villman. We have I never thought of that. I gotta kick myself in the ass. I never thought about that. Had to paint the inside of his toenails. And then we have a question from Scott Del Fuego. Now, Scott Del Fuego was referencing a chemical called Xanax. And I call the super chat my stupid chat. Because anybody that donates more than $100 to me has to be stupid to do so. But Jack Thompson, he doesn't donate super chat anymore. Mrs. Hapster is a super chatter. Very, very, very kind and generous super chatter. But Scott Del Fuego was into the stupid chat category years ago, as is Warren and many, many others. Because I also have my Patreon account where people are very generous in that respect also. But Scott wants to know Scott's question is, if you take too many Xanax and do a live stream, do you get stupor chat? Says Scott Del Fuego. So here is the question right there. Well, that would be like getting drunk and somebody hitting you up with some money for super chat. That would be a stupor chat. Yeah, I guess. Oh God, Mrs. Hapster, please, Mrs. Hapster, thank you. You know what we're gonna do for Mrs. Hapster? You are a sweetheart, but please, I am perfectly content doing these live streams for no money, because if you knew how much money I earned last month, I feel embarrassed to take this money from people. I feel embarrassed. I would be embarrassed to say how much money I earned last month. Now, of course, I earned it the old-fashioned way. So the Hapsters. But for Mrs. Hapster, what we're going to do, tell you what we're going to do. You know what we're going to do. You know where this is going. This is going to screw everybody up also. What's going to happen now is, oh boy, Scott got there. So it's going to happen. It's happening now. It's a rainbow, flashing colors on my screen. Jack started with green. Mrs. Hapster turned the screen blue. She loves you. Who are you to deny the super chat? It's like scat all over my screen with blue and green. The super chat is scatting up my screen with dollars. Super chat is where it's at. It's super scat. Salamat. Fine. Roll chat is green. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 merrily. Scott and Jack and Mrs. Hopster make my life a scream. Row, row, row your boat full of mud. Scott did the orange chat because he likes to break. He likes to break the rhythm of the la 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 la. Thank you, thank you. Rainbows. You know what? You know, there's a channel out there that I have not seen a rainbow on in well over a month. It must be the drought season. That's I did see that several channels. Steve Montelli hasn't had a super chat in couple of hours now. Couple of hours since Steve Montelli's last big super chat. Steve got a $100 super chat last week. Yeah, baby. All right, everybody. Now, please stop, because I really am embarrassed about the amount of super chat I got last month, considering I don't do anything that's really worth super chat. But the more I ask people to slow down, the more they find it hard. It's like reverse psychology. So let's turn this around and let's make a rainbow. Let's make a rainbow. Oh, yep, let's make a rainbow. What I could do is I could do this. I'll do this. I could do that. All right. It's gonna be a rainbow, flashing colors on my screen. I see Jack Thompson starting out with a bluish green, and then he doubles it because his button is stuck. He's such a schmuck. He can't unstick his button. That's true. He loves you. And now I see Jack Thompson saying stop. He's such a liar. He never wants to stop super chatting because he's addicted. He's addicted to the super scat. That's where it's at. And my favorite Hawaiian blogger comes up with an avocado. Thank you, Mrs. Hopster. You have always been most generous on my channel. Why? I really don't do anything worthwhile on my channel that deserves super chat, especially not from you, Mrs. Hopster. You are a class A blogger in Hawaii. There's no reason at all for you to give me super chat. I don't think I provide you with anything other than a few laughs, but I do thank you, Mrs. Hopster. And actually, I can buy something with that money, Mrs. Hopster. You have donated at least 8 to 10 times super chat to my show. That adds up, as do all the super chats. And that adds up to what will now pay for the CD-ROM, the external CD-ROM or the external card reader for the computer. So we're going to thank Mrs. Hopster for the external card reader for the computer when I get the computer, because that's going to be part of the package. That was the in the B&H book, you'll see the cart had what else did I buy? I bought a couple of other things with that in the cart. I forgot what I bought. But anyway, thank you, Mrs. Hopster. You now purchased the CD-ROM. We'll put the Hopsters on the CD-ROM drive. Thank you. Jack Thompson. Please, Jack. I'm gonna say thank you, Jack, but really enough is enough. You don't want to get anybody upset, and you know what I'm talking about. We're trying to run a legitimate show here, and you and Scott ain't helping at all, I gotta tell you. It's a rainbow, flashing color on the screen. Scott intentionally puts up an orange because that's his favorite fruit. I know. Please stop now. Uh-oh. Oh, God. We're going to have a football game here. Buy some footballs, says Jack Thompson. So not only they have stickers they have stickers with footballs on them. Why don't you buy some football stickers? And then, donate that to the channel. Thank you very much, Scott. We did rainbow. Mrs. Hapster, please. Thank you. I really don't understand. I do enjoy your videos. We have become, familiar with each other's channel, but why? Why do you do this when there are so many other people that are more deserving, especially people from your country? So I would appreciate it if you just stuck with, I heard a story this morning that a really sweet lady, Honeyco, is not, she lost her job. She is more deserving of the super chat than I am, Mrs. Hapster. Maybe there's even something else you can do if you can get in touch with Honeyco. She is in real need of a friend. That's for sure. So, and I found that out this morning, and I can't do anything for her because I don't know where she is. Okay, well, the embassy took her cell phone, took her gadgets away this morning. So I don't know how you would get in touch with her now. But her gadgets were removed from her person this morning. So if anybody on YouTube needs some sort of assistance, even if it's just verbal communication, I would see if there would be a way. Mrs. Hapster, if you... I will send you a message, Mrs. Hapster, how you can get in touch with her, maybe. I don't know if that avenue of contact is still open. I heard that her gadgets were taken away. Oh, misinformation. Well, Honeyco, please direct your monetary... Okay, all right. Please direct your monetary... Just send it to Honeyco, please. I like Honeyco. And if anybody needs mental and or monetary assistance, Honeyco needs it a lot more than I do, Mrs. Hapster. I appreciate it, but if you feel the need to do something nice for somebody, I would choose Honeyco over me next time, please. Thank you. And I really mean that. She's just a sweetheart. She is just a sweetheart. And Scott Del Fuego says, Honeyco is my dream girl. LOL, prettiest ever. Honeyco is a pretty woman. There's no doubt about that. And yeah, so I mean that sincerely, Mrs. Hapster. Thank you. I guess I got information that was either a few days old and she got her gadgets back, perhaps. I'm not sure. But if you could direct that, and that goes for everybody else. If you want to really help somebody out that needs help, Honeyco can use more moral verbiage, and monetary assistance than I do. I'm okay, really. I keep telling people, you a lot of people out there hear stories that I'm broke. I'm not broke. A lot of people hear stories that I never owned a house in the Florida Keys. That's not true either. I did own a house in the Florida Keys. In fact, it's so true, I'll wager anybody any amount of money that proved that my name and my name alone was on the deed of that property from June 3rd, 1999 until sometime, I think I signed the property back over to the mortgage company back in 2012 with an agreement of full indemnity against any monies owed to the mortgage company or to the insurance company. So they took all the responsibility for any and all bills. Well, my electric and water bill were always paid on time, but for the back mortgages and stuff like that, they made, and the mortgage company gave me $10,000 to not do any damage to the house and clean up the property. So I did own the house. Warren H is here. Welcome to the machine. Warren, I was just telling people that my monetary situation is okay, and I asked Mrs. Hapster, instead of super chatting me, to send it to Honeyco, and then I was explaining, and I mean that, and I was explaining to Mrs. Hapster how much trouble you have witnessed me having to buy a computer to get to me. So Warren will just confirm it. Oh, well, Honeyco is she's all alone in a foreign country. She doesn't even have any outlet to talk to people. She's just as shy as she is and as quiet as she is. I kind of like that. You know, I mean, she's just a sweet young lady who's really shy. I don't know how she is in person, but I actually plan on, when Honeyco comes back to the Philippines, she would be a person I would wish to meet, if for nothing else, just to say hello and shake her hand and go out for dinner. And she just is a person that I would agree to meet. Not everybody would I agree to meet. She would be one of them, for sure. Let me go back to this. I'm going to let you guys talk among yourselves. I'm going to get me a bottle of cold water, put the aircon on for a few minutes. Warren, you can explain to them how much trouble I've had. Just, yes, he has, and how many phone calls. And Warren, did you ever find out where the Western Union money went that you sent 4 weeks ago? That would be great, Scott. Well, Scott, Warren is coming to the Philippines, and Warren, if he decides to stay here, is going to be my partner in building the hotel, and it's going to be a 50-50 deal. So if that happens, oh boy, YouTube is a trip. Don't worry about that, Warren. Just send me another allocation from the bank transfer. Just double up that, whatever that transfer was, the last one was, just double it up. Don't worry about that stupid chat. Just kidding. So imagine, actually, yeah, no, well, okay. Well, yeah, that's true, because you that's right. I forgot. I sent you the video of where I lived, right? You got that. Scott got that. Scott got that. A few other people got that. My friends got a video of where I actually live. And that's right. Yeah, so Warren's it. Warren is moving to the Philippines, baby. And he'll be here within, well, his passport should be processed. For those of you who missed the beginning of the live stream, his passport should be processed by the first week of July. And then within 48 hours of him receiving his passport, he's going to apply for his visa. And then when he gets his visa stamp, Warren's coming to the Philippines for a very long time. Wherever and whatever we do when we get here, we have 3 plans. We have to pick out, we have to do the legal paperwork for the hotel. And at that point, I will relinquish half of the ownership of the lease to Warren. We'll get a lawyer, and Warren will be my partner, and Warren will be able to see the products that I have and see the tools and things that are available that are all ready to go. And of course, we will do it all legally. That's the first thing. Then after we get that accomplished, Warren and I are going to go shopping. I will show Warren what's available in Bohol. Now, they do have, they have an unbelievably huge selection in at least 4 stores for building supplies. There is, one is called Builderware. It's a huge, absolutely huge building in Tagbilaran. Another one is right just a few doors away from that, not even 1,000 feet. There's another one like that. Then near the ICM Mall, there's another place called City Hardware, which doesn't have such a big selection, but quite a big. City Hardware was the first real hardware store that there was here when I got to Bohol. I would say they had the biggest selection when I got here, but no longer. Their building just isn't big enough to house what Builderware put in. And then in ICM Mall, they have a decent selection of building supplies. Nothing radical, but you know, they have basics. Builderware has high end. And then if you really want to go shop around, you go to Cebu, but that's not possible. So Warren, we have the paperwork for the hotel to transfer over the ownership of the lease or the eternal lease, where if something happens to myself or Warren, who takes over the contract of the hotel itself. All that legal stuff Warren and I are going to do when he gets here. And also, we have a third thing that we're going to do We're going to go to Bantayan Island, for those of you who don't know. That piece of property that was offered to me that I couldn't separate myself from Bohol on Bantayan Island. There are 5 lots on Bantayan Island. 2 lots in the center of the 5 lots are still available for me to take over the 20-year lease. They don't want any money. They just want me to build. They wanted me to stop my hotel in Bohol and build on Bantayan, but I never got that to look at the property, number one. Number two, I like it where I live. So, but Warren decides to come here, then we can do both projects. So there would be the name of this hotel that I'm going to build here in Bohol is going to have a very specific name. Plus, the Warren H. Pavilion would be on the 2nd floor. Now, Warren could have the same name, but it would be the blah, 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 north, and I would have the blah, 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 south, plus the Warren H. Pavilion. So Warren would have the blah, 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 plus the blah, 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 north, plus the Warren H. Pavilion, and I would have the blah, 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 south, plus the Warren H. Pavilion. Because living on Bantayan Island is, from what I understand, you need to, whatever you need on Bantayan Island, you need to bring it with you. So, building supplies, men to do the job, because apparently a very famous blogger's friend, from what I understand, his friend is building something for a year and they only have the foundations. I'm not sure if they're done or they're still working on the foundations. I heard the man, a very famous blogger, complaining that a good friend of his was having trouble getting work done. Now, I don't know anything about that, whether it's true or not, because we have heard stories coming from different bloggers that, you know, and but what you do need to have in this world, in the Philippines, is a good crew. Oh my God. S. Simulacron, I know you. You've donated many times. Thank you. Concuss a container to verify this retainer. Salamat. Thank you very much. Well, for Simulacron, for the big return of Simulacron, whoever you might be. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Simulacron. Salamat. Rainbows. I'll see rainbows. I'll see Simulacron. I'll see Simulacron. It always reminds me of time, Simulacron, like the Simplex watches. Remember the big Simplex clocks? Simplex clocks. They were about this big, and they had the motor that you had to start. The motor, the synchronous motors in those old big clocks. I had one of those clocks, a Simplex clock from the 1940s, 30s, like that, and it got destroyed in Hurricane Sandy. Thank you, Simulacron. Another storm must have blown through, because it's another rainbow, flashing colors on my show. When I hear that word rainbow, it's like I feel like shucking and jiving. It's a rainbow, flashing colors on my screen. I see stupid chat. I see super chat like super scat. It's a rainbow. And for a moment there was Bear, but then Simulacron came back like Jesus from the grave. It's a rainbow, flashing colors on my screen. I see blue, I see green, I see orange too. Salamat, 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 salamat. I feel like shucking and jiving and shucking. Kind of makes you forget about all the stuff that's going on in the Philippines and America. When those people are stupid chatting me, I'm listening. It's a rainbow. That's enough of that. Thank you very much, everybody. Flashing colors on the screen. Scott says, another storm must have blown through because it's another rainbow. Flashing colors on the screen. I see blue. I see green. I see simulacron. I see the Hapsters. Please remember what I said, Mrs. Hapster. I mean that from my heart. That girl is she is a sweet girl. I mean, I don't know her personally, but her personality, on her YouTube personality, just says she's just a very sweet, maybe a Province girl. I don't know, but she has just a wonderful personality. I would just love to see you light up her screen, Mrs. Hapster, and just forget about Michael Fazio. Thank you. The Hapsters, just a curiosity. Okay, the Hapsters, just a curiosity. How are you able to build or run a business in the Philippines, Mr. Fazio? Mrs. Hapster, send me your phone number. Pick some random old video that I have. You go there now, just pick out some random video that I have. Any video, something old. And put your phone number for Hawaii. Could be a cell number or a landline. And I have Skype, and I'll be able to call you, and I will explain that to you. Okay? So I'll be happy to explain it to you, and I will tell you how it can be done, and I will tell you all the legal aspects of it being done. If you choose to send me your phone number, when this live stream is over, if you will still be awake, I know there's a 5-hour time difference, so yeah, you should be awake. If you choose to send me your phone number, I will spend whatever amount of time that it takes to explain it to you. And it's really not that complicated, but I am legally allowed to do that. So I will explain to you how it's done, but I will not explain it on here. And in fact, it has a lot to do. Well, it has a lot. I wrote the contract. You have to remember, Mrs. Hapster, I was a licensed contractor for 38 years in America. Yeah, it's 16 hours, right. I made a mistake. I misspoke. I know there's a 16-hour difference. So, but you should still be, if you choose to send your phone number, I'll call you. And that's not a problem. So, Mrs. Hapster, I was a licensed handyman in New York back in the 70s. Then I had a licensed general contractor's license in New York. And then I had a licensed marine construction company in New York. And then I had a licensed tree service, deforestation, to remove forests in whatever means, if the land clearing. Then I had a landscaping license, and then I had an excavation company with a drill tag on it, drill rig tag. So I know how to write a contract. So all my contracts are written to where it works out as legal as it need be to do what I want to do. So if you give me your phone number, okay, so you're about to get to bed, but it's not that complicated. It really isn't. I hear stories that I can't do what I do, and I can do what I do. And I do it in the open, in full view of everybody that I do it into. So, and everybody knows what I do. So what I do is legal. What you hear that I can't do this and I can't do that, what you need to understand is the people, trolls, persons, entities, worthless opinions, completely off the chain worthless opinions as to what I can and can't do legally has nothing to do with the actual law in the Philippines. Everything I do is above board, so to speak. Everything I do is legal, documented, and signed by all parties necessary. It doesn't matter whether it's the FAA or the whatever local authorities. You actually need a permit to have electric installed on your property here. And in order to have electric installed on your property, you need a certain amount of proofs to get the electric installed. And water, the same thing. Everything I do is legal. Every time you hear somebody say, he doesn't have a license to operate a backhoe, he never owned a backhoe, he never owned a Cobra, he never owned an Ocean Racer. Every time you hear that shit, just let it go in one ear and out the other, because none of it's true. I have all and every license I ever said I had, and everything I do here in the Philippines is in the open, above board, and everybody knows what I do, where I do it, when I do it, and that's the way life is here for me in the Philippines, because I write the contracts that are legal and binding. Thank you very much. Okay, yeah, no, I was just, I did not go overboard explaining it to you, Mrs. Hapstead. Never. I knew you understood it the first time. I was just reiterating those facts because there are some people here in the Philippines genre that don't get that I don't do illegal things in the Philippines. And they keep reporting me to people that don't care. In fact, the people that they reported me to want me to tell the people that are reporting me to the people that reported me to stop reporting me, or they will do legal things to the person or persons that are reporting me, and the person or persons that are reporting me saying that I'm doing illegal things here will then have an additional problem. So I'm doing you a favor by telling you to stop reporting me for things that I have permits, plans, and authority to do so in my name. But you don't get that, do you? You just don't get that. There's something lacking in your ability to comprehend truth and reality. So I'm making a suggestion. Stop sending personal messages to people with my name attached to those messages, or one day one of those messages will piss somebody off enough to make you wish you never sent the message. That's up to you whether or not you take my advice, but you're like this close. That's how close you are to pissing somebody off that might just do legal action, and you don't understand that what you do is illegal. I don't know why you don't understand it. Do I do things like that to anybody else on YouTube? Do I make up fake dating sites? No. Do I care that people make up fake dating sites against me? No. Do I care what they put on the dating sites? No. I don't care. Because if you put something illegal on a dating site, I don't care that it has my face on it and my name. It's going back to your URL. The same way, if you are stupid enough to sign your name on something that's illegal. Wow, that doesn't say very much. But I wouldn't even go into the 40s IQ for something like that. That would be something you do when you're about 12 years old. You fucked up. You really fucked up. Just as a point to contemplate. All right. Jack Thompson is back with a 399. Scott Del Fuego with a deuce. S. Simulacron, thank you. Another storm, says Scott Del Fuego, must have blown in because it's another rainbow. Flashing colors on my screen. I see blues, I see greens, I see orange too. I'm gonna make this rainbow appear on the screen for you, cause I see more. I see blue, I see blue, I see blue. The anxiety is killing me. Any suggestions? All right, let's go right up to the top where Jack Thompson has a twitchy finger. $4.99, baby. And Jack Thompson says his button is stuck. Let's just feel sorry for Jackie Wacky. Jackie Wacky has a stucker button. Jack Thompson, stop saying stop. Jack Thompson can't take it when somebody says stop. But it sounds like stop it some more. We have super chat from the Hopsters in Hawaii. And the Hopsters sending love, 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 love in the house. Love, love, love is a Hopster's phrase. I kind of wish I thought of it first. Love, love, love is so nice. What a cool phrase that is, Mrs. Hopster. All kidding aside, love, love, love. You are the first person I ever heard say that anywhere. I mean, all you need is love is a song, but love, love, love 3 times? You're the first, Mrs. Hopster. You have coined the love, love, love of the Philippines and or maybe all of YouTube community. Thank you, Mrs. Hopster. Scott Del Fuego hits it hard with an orange because Scott loves the color orange. Because apparently Scott loves the color. Maybe it's the color of, I think actually the orange, this color orange right here is pretty much the color of what is called a pigskin or a football. I think maybe that's why Scott does that. Because Scott was a college football player and a decorated, he was in the Marines. We won't go into what he did or what he does. But Scott Del Fuego, thank you. Jack Thompson, buy some football. See, talking about footballs. So Jack must know something about this orange pigskin football color that we don't. So Jack wants me to buy some footballs. The Hopsters, this is where I draw the line, Mrs. Hopster. We discussed this. Mrs. Hopster will be sending any future donations directed towards Michael Fazio to Honeyco Baby. And then Mrs. Hopster wishes to know how I wrote my contract and how I can get away with what I've gotten away with. And I'm happy to talk to Mrs. Hopster on the phone. Warren can't send a stupid chat. That's okay. He's just going to double down on his bank transfer tomorrow. Yeah, and he said, sure thing, I'll send it today, LOL. Yeah, that's, Warren, what you should do is send one bank transfer every day until the first one comes through. And then you'll know that each day you sent one, how many days they're back. So let's say you sent 500 today, 500 tomorrow, 500 the next day, right? And I don't get that 500 for like 4 days. You just keep sending them until they catch up, until they come the same day. That would be the best. Thank you. Salamat. Scott Del Fuego. If I were you, Scott says he needs to be able to live comfortably on $11,000 a month. Scott Del Fuego, if I were you, I know that you have children. Boy, oh boy, the things you could do in the Philippines, I mean, they don't even have buildings that require that much money and maintenance here where I live. There is one, he has, I don't know how many acres, and he lives just there with his wife. I mean, we're talking multiple pools, tennis courts, lookout towers. I mean, this guy has everything, right? And he just lives there with his wife, and I work next door to his property. I worked on the property next door with no fence for a very long time. I won't say how long or what I did, and I never saw them leave the house. But the house is bigger than most hotels, so whatever they have in the house apparently is enough. 11,000 a month, says Scott. Yeah, baby. Congratulations. That's when that song Pink Floyd, you have made the grade, or the Beatles song, you made the grade. You've made the grade, Scott. If I were you, I would seriously come to the Philippines while Warren is here, if that was possible. And the two of you guys could discuss permanent residence. Although there are no more, the options to live where I live are zero. Well, that's not even true. For somebody like you, the options might exist. Talking about I would think $1 million option would be the cheapest that you could buy anything nicer than where I actually live. So it would be $1 million. But it could be less because of COVID. I could ask. If you're really serious. I even sent you a video with that property in it. But it wasn't for sale. Well, it was, but not at the price they wanted. So I could call you, but if you're interested, I know that's a long shot, but damn, you would be the only person I know that'd be able to afford that property. Or maybe Warren. Warren says, not being able to stupid chat when the pot rings is killing me. Oh my God. Warren, don't worry about it. Just send a couple of more bank transfers. Just take care of it like that. Don't let it fret. Flashing colors on the screen. Scott took his anxiety medications and he sent a stupid chat. Scott sent stupid chat. So apparently Scott took his meds and he's sending more super chat. Could you imagine if everybody that was medicated sent me money every 20 minutes for just 2 or 3 years? That would be wonderful. I think you should all contemplate your navels. Remember Honeyco cereal? That's right, Honeyco cereals. Yeah, I remember that. Come to Honeyco Hideout. Yeah, Scott, I know. I remember that commercial, actually. I wouldn't have remembered it You said it, I remembered it, but I have never placed the word Honeyco and Honeyco cereal together until 5 seconds after I read it. That's right, I remember the Honeyco cereal commercials, yeah. Wow. That's a long time ago. Jack Thompson, your anxiety is killing Jack Thompson. There's really only one cure for anxiety, Jack. Being that we're under lockdown, the only thing that cures anxiety, because you can't go out, is to try to burn up that credit card in Stupid Chat. That's about the only thing. You are getting Stupid Chat. You are giving. It is better to give than to receive from Michael Fazio. It is better for you to give to Michael Fazio. You feel sleepy. You feel Stupid Chat coming on. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Jack and Scott are taking medication. You feel like super chatting Michael Fazio. Your credit card is getting heavy. Your credit cards are getting heavy. Try to relieve some of the burden on the plastic credit cards. Try. So the Hapsters, thank you, Mrs. Hapster. Talk to you soon. Am I ready for some football? That's the one game I never played. I touch football, but I was never big enough to play that game, not with the boys in my neighborhood. Warren says, oh, you guys are off on another. What are you guys? Jack Thompson said, is it football season? Is it football season? Coming up on football season, I think. I don't know. I don't watch football. Jack Thompson said, it's football season for one guy every day. One football for him and two for his apple juice. Is that like a Honeyco cereal thing? I got you guys got me befuddled here. I got you. Oh, Mrs. Hapsa, that was not for you. All that redundancy, that was specifically meant for a person that is harassing me and doing illegal things. How do this man get his screen to light up? Did you see that hairdo I had? You know, the funny thing about my hairdo is, the funny thing about my hairdo is, oh God, this is, Mrs. Hapster, when you talk to me, I will explain exactly where and how I live. Thank you. That's a fact. You and I can, you and I had to take up. I had some equipment charging up. Can't get I can't get an alternator for a piece of equipment that needs a new alternator, so I have to charge the battery. So we are back. Yeah, we're live, baby. It's loading. All right, let me see what went on here. I apologize. Big Kevin is back. Scott Del Fuego says, my hair looks like... Yeah, you know what? I forgot all about combing my hair today. Yeah. Plus, I don't like to comb it back because what I noticed is right here, it went back again. It went back. It's an amazing thing. I'm starting to lose my hair. Warren says, hey, would anyone here pay a taxi driver 500% more then their fare should be, or take a 500% wage cut. The warrant is talking about that motorcycle driver that brought the lady over to my house, and started out, well, actually, his price for the motorcycle should have been 90 pesos, but she told me 100, and then he got lost more than 2 times, and plus they had to wait for me to answer where I was going to be, because I moved locations from where I was going to meet her to where I wanted to be. And then when they supposedly went to where I was, I waited long enough for them to show up, and a half hour went by and I left. So then they had to come. That girl, considering she lived in Panglao since she was born, and the motorcycle guy lived in Panglao since he was born, and they didn't know where Alona Beach was, I don't know. Either way, it started out at 100. The guy, 2 hours and 5 minutes after the initial phone call, he dropped the girl off at my house. I gave him, he wanted 500 pesos. 500 for what? He goes, well, I've been driving her around for 2 hours, over 2 hours. I said, that's not my problem. That's your problem. You don't know where the 7-Eleven in Alona Beach is? That's your problem. I don't know what your problem. I don't know where you went. I don't even care. So I gave him 250, and he was okay with that. But I don't know if they were pulling a scam, or I don't know, maybe they got high together. I have no idea why it took 2 hours and 5 minutes. It takes the jeepney 18 minutes to get from where she lived, if she lived there. I don't know where she lived. I have no idea where she came from. And when the lady went home that night, it was late, maybe 11 o'clock at night. We grabbed the motorcycle, and I paid the motorcycle driver what he asked for because it was late. But I have no idea where she came from, where she went back to, or why she was going. I had no idea where she was going. All I know was that she, very nice young lady, but not my, not a girl I would want to date for a long term. She didn't have any hobbies. Apparently she had children. And from the pictures on the dating site, they did not do her justice. She was much prettier than the dating site showed. Except I typically, I don't mind a tattoo or a few tattoos, but this girl had sleeves, and that's just not, not, I never dated a woman with that many tattoos. I did date women with tattoos. That's not a problem, but this girl was pretty inked up. It wouldn't be somebody I would be interested in. Nice as she was, we had a wonderful time, but wouldn't be a long-term dating. Warren saw her, I think. Warren did see her. She was a very pretty girl. Scott says, I don't know how you could take 500% wage cut. Well, the fare should have been 100. He wanted 500. I gave him 250. It's his problem that he got lost. Warren H. says, Jack Thompson, only a foolish, insecure moron would pay that amount. Well, wait a second. We're talking about different things. Okay. A California surf life. Why, Jack? You're off the reservation. I think I missed something. And Michael's neighbors like him. Oh, okay. Yeah. I forgot all about that. Why does he not cut his own hair? I went to the store yesterday. I did not have time. I even have it written down, I do believe, to buy a hair cutting thing. You know, the ones that cut your hair. Because I was just thinking about leaving it not bald, but the shortest that it cuts your hair. Because I've been to the barbershop twice. Yesterday, I would have gone to the barbershop when I got off the jeepney, but I don't know how many people were ahead of me. Could have took 10 minutes, because all 5 seats would be empty in a minute, or it could have took an hour and a half. But I'm done with that. So if they have a hair cutting tool, the barber's thing, like a barber one for 2,000 or 3,000 pesos, I'm just going to buy one of those. Real men don't go to a hairdresser. That's true. You know, Jack, I saw a guy, I saw a guy that says he pays, I don't remember what, 300 pesos for a hairdresser. Now, in Bohol, they have a place called Cut 38. They cut your hair for 38 pesos. And they'll do a nice job. And they'll do a style for 100 pesos, but 300 pesos. Now, if you go into the malls and you go to a hair salon, it's more than 250. That was the last time I checked years ago. I only just looked at the price, but it's more than 250 for the same haircut you get for. I don't know, you could probably get a wash, cut, and blow dry for like a DA cut. You probably get one of those for 75 pesos. So it's about 4 times or 5 times the price. But real men, like Jack Thompson said, real men don't go to beauty salons to get their hair cut. Warren says, and Michael's neighbors like him, despite claims by an unfamous blogger who sent a letter to my neighbors. I forgot all about that. That's right. Someone was posting letters to my neighbors. Bad. That was very bad. And noted. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, baby. Go ahead. Keep it up. And Michael's neighbors like him, despite claims by an unfamous blogger who sent letters to them. Yep, an unfamous blogger will get himself in trouble by making vexatious claims, privileged emails, and the like. That's probably true. We'll find that out in the near future. Real men don't go to a hairdresser, says Jack Thompson. Jack Thompson, Warren has got something to say to you, you cheap bastard. I mean, Warren says, Jack Thompson, you're a cheap bastard, ripping Michael off 1 penny at a time. That's right. Jack keeps sending me those 90, but, Jack Thompson, all is forgiven. Because Jack Thompson did a $3.99, a $1.99, a $4.99, a $4.99, a $5.99, a $3.99, and then when I complained about the penny cent, the $24.99. That wipes out all those 99. So anybody who's ever 99 cented me can send, if you have a guilty conscience that you shorted me 1 penny, you can send a $24.99. And it wipes the slate clean. That's how people super chat me, because I am a solution type of guy. Jack Thompson is super chatting from an Apple device. I guess they only allow the 99-cent items. Big Kevin is saying hello to Scott Del Fuego. Now, I know that Scott and Big Kevin are good friends, because I've seen... Now, Big Kevin, if you're still here, I want to tell you something about those 6-second live streams. I went to one this morning, and the clarity on your GoPro Hero 8 is amazing. It is just amazing. It was just a 6-second. Man, you could see you could see the pores of your skin on your face. That 6-second little video, that I couldn't believe how clear that GoPro Hero 8. So the GoPro's working through the Wi-Fi through your gadget, but that was just, that GoPro is freaking awesome in the high def mode, Big Kevin. I can't wait for you to get it to work full time. Jack Thompson, I only eat the seeds. I don't know what that means. Hapsters, aloha, Big Kevin. Welcome to the machine, says the Hapsters. Hey, Kevin, from Jack Thompson. Warren H. is saying hello to Big Kevin. Sure, Michael, I'll keep sending every day until they all arrive on one day. Thank you. Salamat. Jack Thompson, is this enough to get on your new dating site? Nah, I gave that up. The dating site. I could tell you what it's like to be on a dating site in the Philippines now. I think the time of dating sites in the Philippines has come and gone. Now, I haven't checked my mail in a month. I don't even bother. I had a lady I was talking to on Skype. If I have to ask you 4 times for you to call me Michael, that my name is Michael, and you keep saying honey, and I would say, well, I really don't, I only just met you. Why, my name is Michael. Okay, honey. I don't need that. That's the sure sign of a scammer. When they can't remember your name, or it's right in Skype. My name is Michael. Please don't call me honey, because that's fraudulent. And she goes, okay, honey. Okay, honey. Okay, goodbye. I told her goodbye. And that was left over from like a month ago. It took a month. Dating sites are, I'm not saying you can't meet a woman on a dating site, but probably not going to happen. Dating, simple enough. I mean, I haven't dated anybody in about 3 weeks, to be honest, but I don't care so much about that. I'm back to work now, doing stuff every day. I really just don't have the time or the want or the will or the... I don't want to expend the energy. Yesterday, I went by my electronics store where I bought this big screen and the karaoke machine for Daisy and stuff like that. And there's 3 women in there that I could date. And I've known them for years. But they're all gorgeous. That's why they work in the store. I just don't have any interest in dating. It's not a question of whether or not I could date somebody. I don't have the interest in dating somebody. Could I? Yes. Could I have met somebody in the BQ supermarket yesterday? Probably. But I didn't try. But I mean, I think from the way the girl said hello and we made eye contact and we were online for a little while till her line moved up, I think we could have maybe dated, but I don't want to expend that much time and energy on something. You have to have priorities in life. My priorities are different right now. To just meet somebody to date them, not a problem. To meet somebody that you'd be seriously interested in for a long time, it depends on your prerequisites. I've put them out there. I have not met a woman that can swim yet, although I met one that said she could swim when she could swim 16 feet. She said to the other side of the pool. Not, and I don't know. So, anybody want to give me 500% of their wages? I would like to do that. Warren, you send me those daily donations from the bank and I'll send you 500% of all I made today. Promise. Wacky Jackie was my former nickname, says Jack Thompson. So which is it? Is it Jack Francis Thompson? Is it John Francis Thompson? Or is it Wacky Jackie Francis Jack Thompson? Thank you, Scott. Another hot dog. A hot dog. I'm actually getting quite hungry. A hot dog. Salamat. Wow. Big Kevin is sending hamburgers and hot dogs. I know I was talking about fast food before. Yeah, to buy, in case anybody just pulled up. In case anybody just pulled into the live stream, you are now required in the Philippines to fill out a small form to buy fast food or to go into a bank, any bank, or to buy fast food in either Chowking or Max's Fried Chicken in the mall, and also Payag restaurant in the bottom of the ICM mall. You have to fill out a form with your name, full name, your full address with an icon that they can find your house somehow, like a hotel or a street corner or something like that where they can go to your street and look for you. Your email address, your phone number, why you're going into the store, why was I going into the bank deposit, why you going into Chowking. I don't know how specific they wanted to make it, but it was on the questionnaire. And they take your temperature and you have to put that on the paper. So again, anybody looking to find out when the immigration hours are, to bring your immigration paperwork to the immigration office in Bohol for an extension for your visa. You should be there between the hours of 9 a.m. and 12. After that, they're not accepting visa applications, but I do believe if you have the receipt for your visa after it's done, because they're pretty busy in Bohol, they will take your visa between 9 and 12. You will give them the fee of 3,100 pesos, which is $70, $3,100, yeah, $3,060, $61, and then you will come back 3 business days later, and then you will have a receipt, and they will give you back your visa, I think after 12 o'clock, but there were men there waiting for their visa, and I got there at 1:30, so pretty sure they'll do that. Scott Del Fuego. And Jack Thompson says, Chicago dog beef, wiener, mustard, green relish, onion, tomato, celery, salt, and a dill pickle spear. Dill pickles. Now we're talking. Big Kevin Noble, come on, show the Hapsters some love, baby. But Warren says, most stupid chat, 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 most stupid chat. Salamat. That's stupid chat. See, everybody, Hapsters has the expression love, 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 love. Sounds like somebody getting ready to go swimming or scuba diving. Where are you going? Love, love, love. Scuba diving. Love, love, love. Like that. Must super chat Fazio and a pair of mesmerizing glasses. Which reminds me. Wait till you see what Warren is bringing to the Philippines when he comes to the Philippines, baby. Warren is going to bring a guitar, and he's going to be serenading the ladies. Warren, while you're still here, why don't you remind me, I know it's not really an amplifier, but the PA system that I have for the karaoke machine would probably work as a PA system for your guitar. It's not very good. They have a really good electronic shop. That's where the ladies that I was just talking about, the three ladies in the electronic shop, they have a really good electronic shop in Bohol, in Tagbilaran. So we have the mesmerizing sunglasses. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Stop sending stupid shit to my neighbors. Stop sending stupid shit to my neighbors. Stop sending stupid shit to my neighbors. Super chat me. Super chat me. Stop sending stupid shit to my neighbors. It was a mistake. You made a mistake. Stop sending stupid shit to my neighbors. Super chat me. All right, Mrs. Hapster, thank you. Please leave me your number when you get a chance. Love, love, love from Mrs. Hapster. Salamat. Scott Del Fuego. He sees rainbows on the screen. He hits me with a blue. Out of the blue, Scott Del Fuego smashes the stupid chat. Salamat. Thank you, Scott. Keep the tomatoes and celery off my hot dog. I love, you know, celery is relish, right? Yeah, celery is relish. I love relish. Tomatoes is ketchup. How the hell can you, well, mustard, yeah, okay. I like mustard on my head. Imagine being able to buy a good hot dog in the Philippines. That ain't gonna happen. Thank you, Jack Thompson. I'm going to try to get, okay, so this is where, this is the extension cord I had to get. That's why I disappeared for a while. This is a number 12, 3, it's 4 wires, and my battery is low again, even plugged in. Even 100% plugged in. Yeah, this tablet, it uses power faster than the charger will give it power. So it might go out again. If it goes out again, I'm just going to say goodbye because it is plugged in and it just showed me low bat again. So I don't know if it's that. Let's see. You know what? I have a different one here. I can do that. I don't know if this one will work better than this one. This one is for a cell phone, and this one is for 2 battery charger for the GoPro. So it might work. This is for a Samsung. Now this is for the tablet. This is the tablet's charger, actually. Okay, but it's not working. It's still making the battery go below 4%. All right, we'll see what happens. Anyway, this extension cord with the light in it, it lights up 110 low energy, and then if you put 220 in it, it gets very bright. So, and it's a 3-wire UL approved extension cord, not underwater, but UL approved. It's 4 wires. It's got a black, a white, a green, and a ground. So this is 50 feet. This extension cord in America, you can, the quality of the rubber is amazing. You couldn't buy this quality extension cord in the Philippines. No way. No way. Unless within the last year and a half they got this quality in. This is, I don't know who makes this. Well, there's no name on the cord. But anyway, I had to go get this from a machine I'm charging up. Oh God, no, don't jump the fence. You know, I heard stories about Warren yesterday. Warren was going to jump the fence too, that I was offline for a couple of hours. He was thinking about jumping the fence. And then he even touched his feet on the white sand beach of, I think he said Bantayan Island. And then he said, no, I'm going to stick it out. I'm going to wait for Michael to come back, because Michael, he was looking forward to my haircut, but I never got that. But it looked good though, right? The hair, look. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. None of that wig shit you see on TV. This is the real thing. And when I got home last night, I only rinsed it out with soap and water. I didn't shampoo it and condition it or sissify it or anything like that. And I don't worry about what my hair looks, in case you didn't notice. In fact, even when the hair goes over the glasses like that, we put it like this. Look, see how it sticks out? Like that. Looks good. Jack Thompson jumps over the fence all the time to pee, and that's why it's greener on the other side. Warren, don't believe him. Sandy, Jack Thompson, hi mate, it's Sandy. No grass anywhere except hidden in the wardrobe. Warren was on the sandy side. Well, I'm not very famous on YouTube. I'm just one blogger amongst many. I probably care less about the way my hair looks than any other person in the whole world. In fact, there's an expression I've used even on the barge dragon videos. I remember seeing, that was back in 1998, but long before that. I don't care. I never cared, and I'm never gonna care. People would say to me, you're not going to go in the bank like that, are you? And I would say, yeah. In fact, I am. In fact, the worse that I dress, the more money back in America I would typically be going into the bank to deposit. Because then nobody bothers you. You get out of a car with an old beat up Carhartt jacket on and ripped pants and a pair of old boots that look like, they should be replaced, nobody's going to bother you. And then you pull out, the deposit for the job, or a check that you may have cashed someplace else and you're going to deposit it. I am going to walk into the bank like that. In fact, yesterday I walked into the bank with a pair of ripped shorts, because until I bought my new shorts, nobody said a word. Nobody said a damn word. Not the guard, who now knows me for multiple years. Not the secondary guard, who also always has a big hello and a big smile on his face when I come. They saw my ripped pants. They just didn't care. I mean, it was sewed. I did sew it yesterday morning. But the people, they're not going to say anything. And then the people in the bank, they don't care. You're not there to impress anybody. You could be working. This is a working community, the Philippines. They don't care what you look like. We are men. Men don't abuse other men for looking like they just got out, or they're at work. Men don't do that. Men don't abuse people that are down and out. Men don't care about what other people look like. What business is it of mine? Like, I'll give you for instance. Obama, in my opinion, has every right to be upset about what was said about him a week ago. That half-assed, backwards, left-handed bullshit compliment or derogatory statements that you said about Obama, that's bullshit, man. If I was Obama, I wouldn't appreciate it. In fact, nobody appreciates anything that some of the trolls on YouTube say. Nobody appreciates some of that shit. But for you to say the things, for you people to say the shit that you said about Obama last week, why? But why? I mean, even if what you said is true, why would you say it? Where does the benefit? How does a supposedly grown man or woman on YouTube derive pleasure from abusing Barry Jordan? How does that happen? I'm asking a legitimate question. What pleasure do you derive at? Does it make you laugh? To laugh at the position that Barry Jordan's in? Is that really funny to you? Then if that's funny to you, then there's something wrong with you. It's not if there's something wrong. There's something wrong with you if you feel that you have to knock Barry Jordan. He's doing the best he can. And he's happy. What do you care? Why do you care what Barry Jordan is doing? First of all, I don't even know what it is that you're breaking his balls about. All I know is what you said. Whether it's true or not, what do you care? And it's a serious question. Who in this world, how does Barry Jordan's life affect anybody on YouTube? He's asking people for money to buy food or to buy cigarettes or even to buy alcohol. Nobody has to give him money. So why would it bother you if he makes it clear as day that he needs money to buy food, cigarettes, or alcohol? Why would it bother you? Why would it bother anybody? It doesn't bother me. I've still not watched this video that people are talking about. I don't care about. I don't wish him any harm, that's for sure. But I certainly wouldn't degrade him. I would be scared to death about degrading somebody, not because it's wrong, but because what if the guy gets pissed off at you? What are you going to do if Barry decides to get upset in your presence. Well, what could you do? You can't do anything about that. I mean, you'd have to deal with that when the time came. But why would you instigate an argument or a fight with Barry over what? So, for what reason? I mean, I'm asking you seriously, how do you derive pleasure from demeaning somebody like Barry Jordan? I couldn't derive any pleasure from it. I mean, I don't even understand how you could. In fact, nobody understands how the trolls derive pleasure from making a fake dating site about Michael Fazio or laughing that Warren had both his nuts cut off and he can't have a conjugal visit. You do realize that those videos were recorded and everything was recorded. That's no longer opinion. That's vicious attacking a cancer patient in a cancer ward in a hospital. Now, if he decides to do something about that, that's not, you can't blame Barry Jordan for deciding to do something about your hate-filled rants against him. You can't blame him for that. He might turn around and say something bad about the trolls that are talking about him. And then what? Then it's back and forth until somebody cures the problem. And Barry maybe one day Barry will get upset and you'll wish that you didn't break Barry's balls. I wouldn't break his balls. I see no purpose to it. But you trolls out there that are breaking that man's balls for no reason at all. It's an amazing thing. You people are lacking what I would say, not social skills. You're lacking any form of, I'm off on a tangent here, yeah. You don't understand why Barry's in that position. And it's really not for you to understand. Why would you even want to waste that kind of time to try to figure out why Barry is the way he is? Just leave Barry alone. He doesn't bother you. He doesn't bother me. Doesn't bother Warren. Doesn't bother Jack. Doesn't bother Scott. Doesn't bother Blue Rose. Doesn't bother the Hapsters. Doesn't bother a damn soul except a couple of trolls. Well, I would be worried that one day Barry will say something back that you might regret. Jack Thompson. I can assure you, says Jack Thompson, that ribbed condoms do not taste like ribs. Don't, as I know. Warren said he saw the lady that was in question, and she looked like a nice young lady, and she was, just not for me. Real men don't own a hair blower, but they do have high pressure blowers to clean their house. You know that. Warren says you want to see how I clean my house? You would be surprised. Warren knows. Blue Rose knows. Jack Thompson, I'm sorry for calling you cheap. LOL. He's not sorry, Jack. Jack doesn't give a rusty. I love it. So Jack wants to be abused, and here it comes. Some of us here have a hard shell. A certain infamous blogger can't take criticism. That's true. Jack Thompson, right on, brother. Jack Thompson, this is how a live stream is supposed to be run. Everyone interacts with everyone another. And the host actually responds to the subscribers. Oh, God, Jack. I thought you ran a live stream by banning everyone, especially the people that super chat you. Oh my God, if that isn't a low blow. Jack Thompson says, I thought you ran a live stream by banning everybody, especially people that super chat you, they get banned. Do you know, I've heard stories about people banning the people on their live stream because in the live stream host's head, his subscribers owe him money. I heard stories to that effect. And then I heard stories where those people that the certain live stream host banned, I heard stories that they came to my channel and super chatted me. And they weren't just stories, because I have that money. It's in the bank, baby. Hi, Tommy says, hey, hi, Super Mike. How's the new normal there? It's terrible, Tommy. Transportation prices have minimally doubled. Food prices, I didn't talk about the pork I bought yesterday. I'm going to talk about, I didn't talk about this. Let's talk about pork, okay? ICM has once again taken away a great product and replaced it with a shit sandwich. Yep. Okay, so I don't know, maybe because of the so-called virus they did this, but I would say that ICM had 80 feet of meat counter plus 100 feet with the frozen meat counter, 100 feet of counter, and I would say somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 pounds of fresh meat or fresh frozen meat for all the time I've been buying meat there. And yesterday I went there and they took that away. Used to be, if you saw a pork shoulder or a rib roast or whatever, a loin of pork, whatever it was, it had a price. And if you wanted a 1 kilo, like a loin of pork, 1 kilo, and then, or you wanted a thicker one from a bigger pig, or a longer one, or a 2 kilo, or a 3 kilo, even a 3 kilo loin of pork, you could buy that. Well, you can't do that anymore. Now they just sell chunks about this big. I'll show you. I will show you people what they took away from us and what they replaced it with. Where one item that I used to buy called lean pork, it was a chunk of meat, and I'm not exaggerating, it was about this thick, about 3 inches around, and about 11 or 12 inches long. Now, I don't know what the name of that was, but I know what the name of it should be, and it's in the same place, except that product typically had about 20% fat on it, and the product that I bought yesterday, the pork loin, lean pork loin, had at least 45% fat. At least, because it was in a plastic bag, and they didn't trim the fat off the bag, and the bag is double thick plastic. And when it's wrinkled and it's frozen with the moisture inside the bag, you can't see what's in the bag. And I got 45% fat on a product that typically I might be, which is what it is, 20% fat is about what's right for a lean pork of that cut. But yesterday I pulled out 40 or 45% of fat. I'll show it to you. I'll show you what used to be pieces of meat about 11 or 12 inches long and this thick. I will show you the biggest piece that you can buy now. And it's in a bag, and they're leaving all the fat on the product. They're not trimming anything down because you can't see it. It's in a bag with moisture that's frozen, So it's like trying to look through a piece of gray plexiglass. Pretty sick. Give me about 10 seconds and I'll show you the product, and then I'm going to show you how much fat came off a same size piece of meat that I'm going to show you. You're not going to believe this, but this is what they're doing now. All right. I got it. Okay. This piece here is the product. There was one of these pieces. I'll read to you what it is. Can you see anything through that plastic? No, you cannot. So what this is called is pork. Hold on, I gotta thaw it out. I'm thawing it out. So it's pork something. The label is, it's melted. The ice, they even put water in the bag. I'm not kidding. When you thaw this out, you would be surprised how much juice is in here, which is not normal. So they're actually putting a little bit of water in there too. So now you're paying 250 pesos for water. I will never buy another product, pork product, in ICM again. I mean, I may, but I will be looking to buy my pork from a different place that's not frozen inside a bag with water in the bag, all fogged up, where you can't see where the hell you're buying. You can't see. So I'm still waiting. Pork loin. Okay, this is the same product. Okay, so here is this product. Yesterday, I bought, this was the biggest one that I found, pork loin. That's what I usually buy. I bought one that was about half this size. I bought 4 pieces altogether. This one and 3 more pieces of pork loin, but they were only this big. This is what I'm complaining. There were no more big ones. So only the small ones existed. So out of half of this is how much fat came out of half of this piece of meat. Half. So we'll take from where my finger is right now, the top of my finger is half the product. Half. 1, 2. Half the product is where my finger is. Half. And this is how much fat came off the piece from yesterday. From inside, outside, and around the back of it that you couldn't see in the bag. But it said pork loin. So it's 225 pesos per kilo, which you can see right here. It's 225 per kilo, but half of the meat was fat, which is typically, so 50% of it or 45% was fat, typically 20%. So it's 30% more fat. So you're really paying 300 pesos for meat now, or 300 plus pesos for meat. So you are no longer able to see the piece of meat that you're buying, because 2 weeks ago the meat was just laying there in huge bins. You picked it up with tongs and you put it in your a very thin plastic bag. You brought it to the scale. They weighed it with a very thin plastic bag, and they put a stamp on it, and they put it inside another bag. Now they're putting it inside 2 bags, adding water, I believe, and Now you're paying 225 pesos for 2 plastic bags. So they basically, I would say they increased the price of meat, or this particular kind of meat, 35%. And that would be my best guess. That would be an honest guess. If I could take a gram scale and weigh the meat that I have in my freezer of these blocks of meat and take the fat. This is just the fat from, see this block of meat? The part that you can see with my hand on it, this much fat, this much, exactly, plus more that I cooked in my stew yesterday. This much of this size chunk was fat. How is this reasonable? How is it fair? How is it even legal? I don't know. I mean, it's legal, of course, you don't have to buy it, but it's 30% more fat, or 25% more fat, or however much more fat it is more fat. So what do I do with that is the dogs, I'll make something like if I have rice or spaghetti that's a couple of days old, if I forget a container or something like that, I'll just fry up some of that fat and mix it in with the something I will normally give the dogs, and I'll mix that in with their food. They like that. All right. So that's one of the ways that things have changed here, Tommy, to answer your question. The price of meat, now that was not the only product. There was 20-foot of frozen food, which was always frozen but not bagged. Now it's all bagged. And there was another 80-foot of fresh meat counter, some frozen, some not frozen. Now that's all bagged and frozen. There was nothing that wasn't frozen. Now, probably it was all frozen at one time, but it wasn't in a bag. You could at least see what you're buying. But now, there was a freaking 1/8 of an inch of ice before I could see that label. That's water. They're spraying that stuff down with water before they put it in the bag. You rest assured, that's how. They could say, well, we're rinsing it off, blah, blah, blah. But that's water. That's not blood, or, bloody, extract. Warren says he's going to just bring an acoustic guitar. Alrighty. And Jack Thompson. But see, I'm not a musician, so I can judge whether or not a person sounds good to me, but I didn't know that Warren was the sole artist on those music videos that Warren made. So Jack, I don't know if you know this, or Scott, but the musical videos that Warren put out last week were any instruments that were played on those songs were all Warren's doing. Harmonica, guitar, all the, whatever instruments were in there except for the saxophone. Because Warren said something that he gets confused when he plays the saxophone. Instead of blowing into that little knob at the bottom of the saxophone, he puts his mouth over the whole bottom of the saxophone up to like the third key. Said something about getting confused with something. So he can't play the saxophone because instead of just putting his lips on the saxophone, he puts the whole part, that entire part of the saxophone right up to his tonsils, something like that. And then he said something about getting confused whether you apply a positive pressure to the saxophone or a negative pressure. So that's the one instrument on Warren's musical uploads that he doesn't play because of that reason. Wait a minute. Could that be right? Yeah, something about that. He said, I know where he got that from. He went out with a woman that taught him how to do that. That is diesel hair, Jack. There's no doubt about that. Yep, Jack Thompson, I agree. Real men have dirty fingernails and calluses. Now, you saw those videos. Yeah, I don't have a lot of calluses, but my hands are a little tough, but nothing like they used to be. Nothing like those videos I sent out to my friends last week. Nothing like that. Jack Thompson said, Barry is a survivor. Don't watch him, but appreciate his gumption, or what is called tenacity. Barry is probably more of a man for being able to survive than most men could ever hope to comprehend. I give Barry nothing but credit for being able to live and be okay with living the way he lives. Now, there's probably not a lot of people on here that haven't been down on their luck in life and had to live similar lifestyles to Barry. And if you were ever man enough to go through that and then come back and be a little bit more successful, you would never, ever make fun of Barry Jordan. You wouldn't, because lots of us men have been broke with no way to find a job. Back in the 70s, they did this. In the 80s, you own equipment, you start losing shit. I lost more than $1 million worth of property. So now when I see somebody down on their luck, I don't break their balls. But if your fucking brain works where you get some sort of a vibration from hurting somebody else's feelings, then in the end, the only person getting laughed at is you. And you are you're a lot of things, dude. Yep. A lot of people out there went through hard times, and not, we're talking about men that are on my show, men that are on YouTube, men that are successful, men that are not successful, that were successful. Men, real men, don't make fun of other people's hardships. Now, unless you want to make a living out of it, and that's, how's that working out for you? Not so good. Not only that, yeah. No money, no honey. Welcome to the machine. Yep. How's that working out for you? That's a legitimate question. Probably not so good. So, let's see, what else? Let me see. Let me go back to my notes. I need to wash my hands. I can only touch the mouse with my pinky. So, hold on. La 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 la. One thing I will tell you is going into the city yesterday, there were 3 military checkpoints to go 20 kilometers. They looked closely at your ID, but didn't make you take a second piece of identification out. I will tell you a little story. Warren will confirm this, as will Blue Rose or Scott. I think Scott, yeah. So I have a friend of mine that was walking, through a city last month and decided, no, not walking through a city, decided to go down the block some food, something simple, like, you walk 150 feet away from your house and you want to buy a snack. It could be a drink, a cigarette, anything. And the person got caught not wearing a mask. And the person was in jeopardy to go to jail first time. But they gave that person a reprieve. But guaranteed, the name went into a database. It went into the Philippines, whatever record keeping they're keeping about if you don't wear a face mask. And if that person gets caught, whatever next rule that person breaks, Warren is here. Was it 30 days or 90 days? I think it was 30 days in jail. So if the first time they can arrest you for not wearing a mask, but the second time they're gonna put you in jail for 30 days. So if you're in the Philippines, I keep my mask. I keep my N95 mask. Where the fuck did I put that thing? Hold on. I did take, Warren, I don't know if you were here, I took Daisy's shorts off the bicycle seat, and I bought two square yards of pink. I don't know what this stuff is. It's like iron. You can't rip it. It's impossible to rip. So I took the shorts off. Where the hell did I put my keys? My keys are outside. I had to unlock some gates to get the cord. Okay. Anyway, my mask is on my keys. I keep a mask on my keys. I keep a mask in my backpack, and I keep a mask in my carry bag, in my day carry bag. They're 3 different masks, but any one of them will work for the police. But to get caught here, even in Bohol, without a mask, is just not a good thing. So if you come into the Philippines, you could buy those little blue masks. Here, I got one right here. No, it's not there. I got it. Nope. Not that. I must have put it in my other bag. Anyway, you can buy one of those, or you could use a handkerchief. Handkerchiefs work just fine. But you need to have a mask. don't get caught without a mask and go to jail. I find it hard to believe, but I believe it. I believe it. So with that, I would like to say thank you for everybody for coming. And no money, no honey, thank you. I know that no money, no honey, if you're the same no money, no honey, you've been around quite a long time. Thank you for stopping by. I think you travel around the Philippines blogging community. At one time you were living on a different island altogether, so to speak. Thank you, no money, no honey. Thanks for the stopping by, and thanks for the comment. All right, so if anybody has any more questions, please ask them now. And I really would appreciate. I should leave everybody with. Being that we were talking about abuse and how it's wrong to abuse Barry Johnson, I probably should give you a video link to my home page, and you should, I'll give you a video link to one of my favorite playlists. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, let's let me get this show on the road here. There's a video. These are my homepage videos. The name of this video. Here's what my homepage looks like. Let's get that clear. So now I watch these videos. So this isn't something I just talk about. These are videos that I watch, and I watch a lot of them. And these are the ones that I find to be the best. So in the case of demeaning Barry Jordan, I would think that this video would pertain to a character that might find it amusing to abuse Barry Jordan. So let's click on this. This is my home page here. That's what my homepage looks like, the dollar bill. And let's go to how narcissist/psychopath sees you, his victim, and why. Updated a week ago. It's still one of my favorite videos. So that man is a doctor, and he does videos that are anywhere from 12 minutes to an hour. So what we're going to do here is we're going to do what I always do. Is that on my play link? Yeah, that's my playlist. So what I'm just going to take, I'm going to copy his name. This is how I send out a video to somebody. I copy their name. Then I click down one link, and then I copy the link. And then I put that underneath the name, like that, and I paste that there. So now I have the name of the video and the URL, and then I copy that, I cut that, I copy it, copy. And then I cancel that out. Now I'm going to go back to my live stream. Scott, that would be pretty cool. Well, I guarantee you that if you it's a simple lifestyle here, even as you won't, it's not so easy to be taken advantage of here as it is in America, because they have those magazines since birth. the women here are getting a little bit smarter when it comes to helping out themselves and their family, but nothing like it is in America. Nothing. And besides that, Scott, all kidding aside, New York is collapsing right now as you watch this video. New York is Minneapolis, Minnesota. Some ridiculous commentary yesterday that they wanted to go to the White House and attack the White House. Really? They believe they have the right to do that. And then all these politicians, all my Patreon members know the video I posted 3 days ago. I didn't put the name of the video in the Patreon notification. I put down, even in the year 2010, I knew I was moving to the Philippines, baby, because I knew what was going to happen to America. The problem, and I know people, you didn't know anything, it was a lucky guess. No, it wasn't a lucky guess. I keep telling people that what is happening today in today's world was said in advance that it was going to happen 50 years ago in documents called Report from Iron Mountain. Report from Iron Mountain. Just Google Report from Iron Mountain and PDF. Just Google it. Just Google Report from Iron Mountain PDF. And you will see that what's happening today, massive rioting and massive chemical agents in the air and in your veins, they said that was going to happen in 1963. The report says it. And then, or you want to get sick, I'll leave you. I'm gonna piss everybody off in about 15 or 20 seconds. Report from Iron Mountain, or that word agenda, and then next year's date, the year. What's next year? 20, and then put the word agenda before that. Go ahead and Google and see what that is. Now, if you really want to get sick, and if you really think that you're going to be living in the United States in the year 2030, it ain't going to happen. You're going to be dead in the States by the year 2030 from old age or chemical carcinogenic poisoning. But if you really want to get sick, I'm going to turn the camera around for the last time, because what I want to make clear to you is that the so-called COVID virus has a pictograph on the US $1 bill. And you didn't know that, did you? No, you didn't know that. No. You didn't know any of that. But I'm going to show it to you. I have a copy of it right here on the US dollar bill. Okay, so you people out there that are not paying attention, schmucks of the world. Schmucks. Okay. The lockdown in America started March 22nd, right? March 22nd, right? March 322. That's the symbolism. People say, oh, it's the symbol. It's the number on the door of the inner sanctum to the Yale Skull and Bone Society. 322. It's not a symbol. It's the number that represents the skull and bones. But it represents them because in order to get into the inner sanctum, you have to pass through the last door by rights or deeds, and the last door has the number, well, it's 322. Now, I'll read you an article from Jim Stone's website, but I'll show it to you. Jim Stone, Jimstone, Jim Stone. So, in the first one is in Mississippi, there were 322 cases of COVID virus. This is not laid out like this on his website, but on his website, all of these links exist. Now, in the second one is in Ohio, 322 cases of COVID cases in Ohio. In Oman, wherever that is, in the Mideast, I think it's in Jordan, 322 cases. In Kentucky, 322 cases. In Mississippi, 322 cases. In Armenia, 322 cases. In Iraq, 322 cases. In Bangkok, 322 cases. In Mexico, 322 cases. In Juarez, 322 cases. In El Paso, 322 cases. In Mexico City, 322 cases. Now, these are links on Jim Stone's page, and when you click each one of these links, it goes to the article of 322 cases. In Wisconsin, 322 cases. In Iowa, 322 cases. In Italy, 322 cases. And in Massachusetts, 322 cases. Now, I'm gonna Google one of those names, and we're gonna see where that brings us. So let's just take. I never liked. I didn't dislike Ohio, but gotta tell you, man, when I was in Ohio to get my muffler fixed, it was cold. It was snowing. And my muffler took 3 days to get the parts and fix it. And I had to sleep in the van at night, except one night the girl mechanic that was fixing the car, the van, let me sleep in one of her back rooms, which was pretty cool, actually. But she was a very nice lady. So let's see, what does it say? 322 new cases in Ohio. So let's see what that works out to. 300. Well, you just put the number 3 in there in COVID. 322 new cases of COVID, in Ohio. All right, so boy, this keyboard is really turning to shit. Okay, so let's copy that. All right, so I'll show you what happens when we push that in there. See what happens. And all right, so we have in the Google search engine 322 new cases of COVID in Ohio. And there we go. Let's search that out. There it is. Ohio reports 322 new cases of COVID Tuesday, May 26, 2020. So you can rest assured. Now, if, let's go back to the, okay, in Oman. Oman is in Egypt somewhere, right? Okay, so let's take Ohio and put Oman. All right, now let's take that name, and let's open up another link, and let's see if it comes up with something similar to the 322 cases of COVID there. So Oman, we'll put it in there, and we'll drop this in there like that. And let's see if Jim Stone's information is correct. Press enter. Here we go. Update. Oman reports 322 new COVID-19 cases. And that was May 15th, 2020. So I will assure you that all of those links, if it's on Jim Stone's website, it's probably accurate. So here we go. So all of these places have reported 322 cases. And there are more all over the world. More all over the world. Thousands, hundreds of places have reported exactly 322 COVID cases. So I was way ahead of the game when I said that 322 was on the dollar bill, and that it was the Skull and Bones Society, because there's nothing more, well, besides, there's not too many things more powerful than the Bank of England, and that's what the Skull and Bones Society runs. Of course, the Bank of England is controlled by the Queen of England. The Queen of England is controlled by the Vatican, and the Vatican controls America. So basically, even recently the Pope had a meeting with all the religious leaders of the world, and they all kissed the Pope's ring. Yeah, they did that. Yeah, you have no idea what they're getting ready to do to you people. So, it's up to you whether or not you decide to stay in America. But, Scott, you don't have, even you don't have a lot of time. You don't know how much time you have. You should be, Scott Del Fuego should be more aware of what could happen in hours or days. I'm a little bit upset about what's happening in America, but I knew this was going to happen. What I didn't know, and I really, be honest, I never gave it a second thought that it was going to transfer over to pain and suffering in the Philippines for the Philippines people. I thought it was just going to be localized to the United States and possibly England. I never thought they would drag the Philippines down into this world mess. I never thought they would do that. The thought never occurred to me. I just always knew the Philippines would be a cool place to live because I like to go scuba diving and swimming a lot. But I never thought that the demise of America would affect the Philippines like it has. But it did. So, Scott, I know you want to do what you say you want to do. It might be, you have the ability to do it. I know you're fixing up your house and everything like that. It might be time to just say what you said the other day. Just pull the pin. That's what you said. And I'll remember that. It might be time. I don't know. I think if Scott Del Fuego made another comment, I think he would agree. He doesn't see it getting better anytime soon. Okay. Hold on a second. I got goats at the gate. And I have pineapple for them. Baby goat. Baby Condy. What are you doing out there? You want some food for the baby? Hold on, I'm gonna give the goats some scraps. No, just some pineapple skin. Baby Condé. Baby Condé. There you go. I'll be right with you. Okay. Boy, those goats, they love that. They love those pineapple skins, boy, I'll tell you. You think sometimes they won't eat it, but those goats, there's a couple of different people. I let them put the goats up against the fence. They tie them to the fence, and they cut the grass. So I don't know. The people think that the goats, that it's a good place because there's shade there, but it's also good grass. But they cut the grass really nice. I would let them inside the yard, but there's no reason for that. I have a weed whacker. Okay, anyway, Scott, let's see what Scott has to say. I can't believe that no one ever imagined, here we go, in advance, the U.S. would collapse like this. Oh, wait, Fazio did, and he called it. So, if you saw the video, which I'm sure you did, that I posted on Patreon 3 days ago, and you look at the publishing date, I think it goes back to 2012, but the video was made before 2012. I think I have a timestamp in that video of what day, when it was. I planned on moving to the Philippines. I mean, I was absolutely sure of it in 2000. I would have moved to the Philippines in 2009. The first day I didn't pay my mortgage, I would have moved to the Philippines. But the mortgage company said, you can stay there for as long as you want. So I did. But had they not said that, I would have moved there in 2009. I would have sold everything I had. I would have had a lot more money in 2009 because I had to live in America. It still cost me $2,000 a month just to live in America, to conduct business. I couldn't stop paying my business insurance or my business license fees or my registrations or my insurances on my trucks or anything like that. Scott, I have those shirts in the shed. I don't... Oh, I know why you don't have a Zola Craft shirt. Everybody else, I think, got those shirts. At the time, you had made plans to come to visit my house in New York City, but you had a medical emergency and in your family. So I remember what happened. The shirts... And I never had time to mail them out. So that was just just a bad timing all the way around. I have I have all the shirts that I had made in New York. All. I have them all. In fact, I have them all. All the shirts I made in New York. There's 3 boxes of Zola Craft, On Time Backhoe, and Rockscapes shirts. All together, I think I have all together, I would say between the 3 construction company shirts I have probably just over 100 shirts. I think, I don't remember. Let's see, I could figure it out by the numbers. It was $1,200, $1,262. Yeah, maybe I have 85 shirts, construction shirts, because those freaking, I'll show you the shirts. I have one in my drawer. I just saw it yesterday when I was looking for something else. There's a brand new one. I got two of them in the drawer. These would fit me now that I'm down to a 28 waist. But these might be double X's. Three XL. These are 3XL, and these are Decks and Docks, and these are Zolacraft shirts. And this is a triple XL, so you could see how big I am, and then this wraps around me even more. So this should fit you. I'll put this shoulder here to my shoulder right here, and then you're going to see this is going to wrap. All right, so then my other shoulder is here, so this goes that much further than my other shoulder. So I do have your size right here. I don't know why I have this shirt in there. It's too big for me. It's a triple XL, and it's a jersey, which is the best quality shirt that I've ever purchased. And it's a 4-ounce fabric. %50 cotton, 50% polyester. This shirt, you could probably wash it 100 times. If you don't put it in the dryer and burn off the words, it'll probably take 100 dries. I have shirts, Zolacraft shirts, that I wore for 20 years. That had some of my good, like the ones that didn't have grease and holes in them, and I would wash them in the washing machine. You could see through the shirt. You could see through it, like light through it, but the material was such a good quality that it still held together, the seams and stuff like that. And I had shirts that lasted 20 years, and they are still good if I could find them. They're outside in a box, in a box, in a box. But these shirts, I know I bought multiple triple X, multiple double X, and multiple XLs. The stuff I didn't buy was smalls, because I remember sending a bunch of those to Merck, and Dennis, and Blue Rose got them. All our friends got these shirts except you, because the timing didn't work out for us to meet in New York. But all of our good friends got the shirts. And I even have a video of that. I probably should post the video. When I went to the post office, what a freaking nightmare that was. Mailing out. I got, when I went to the post office, when I walked, okay, the post office is a small operation. And when I got there at like 1:45, I didn't think they had hours, because in Key Largo, they didn't have like lunch hours. They had 30 people working in the post office. They had steps, you know. One person ate at 10 their lunch, another person ate at 11. Anyway, this guy was supposed to be back at 1 o'clock. And it was like, might have been April, but it was cold. And I had shorts on. And on the way to the post office, I lost my keys. And I knew I had lost my keys, which meant I had to back step the way I walked to the post office from where I was and who I visited on the way to the post office. And then I had to remember which side of the street I walked on. Now, it was freezing cold. It was so cold that the grass was snapping from the frozen moisture, even at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's how cold it was. So maybe I sent those shirts out they could have been March. So anyway, I'm waiting outside the post office, and somebody said something, and I said, well, why is the guy late to begin with? Why? How he doesn't? It's the slowest post office it may be in the world. It doesn't get a lot of mail. They said, whatever you do, don't say anything to him about being late. He just won't service you. He'll tell you to go to the big post office in Queens. So I said, well, okay, thanks. So when the guy walked in, very, very Italian, this guy was, very Italian. And so when everybody left, I said to him, what's right? You just wake up or something like that? You take a 3-hour nap? What are you watching, soap operas? And he's looking at me, and he's giving me like the evil eye. He's going, I know you. Yeah, okay. Because I remember you. I know who you are. That's really good. I need to get a bunch of those white envelopes to put the shirts in. No. I remember you from back in the 1980s. You're from the beach. And I'm going, yeah. He goes, you're the guy. And I'm going, yep, that's me. He's going, and he puts his hand from underneath the window, and he shakes my hand. He goes, how you doing? I haven't seen you in 25 years. And I'm going, doing good. Living in Florida. Things are good. Now I'm living in the Philippines, but I moved to Florida. And with that, one of my favorite customers in the whole world, Buddy and Buddy's in the car, but his wife walks in. And his wife looks at me. Now, when I worked for oh God, she was a beautiful woman. She still was, even in her mid-70s. Buddy was one of my greatest customers. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And he worked building his bulkhead, his deck, his dock. We took down a 30-inch diameter tree in his backyard. We built benches, built the catwalk, and he worked with me from start to finish. Buddy did. His son was not as enthusiastic. I didn't let Billy work with me because Billy just wasn't dock builder material. His father was a tin knocker. Billy was a tin knocker too, but his father was a man's man, no doubt about it. So the woman, Carol, she walks up, she gives me a big hug. Michael, how you doing? And I'm going, I know you, because we got to remember, this is 2019. I left in 1993, so that's 03, 13, 26 years. And I go, Carolyn, oh my God. I said, is Buddy still alive? So she said, yeah. He's out in the car. And I walked outside, and while I'm walking outside, my friend Bobby, who's a tough guy, I mean, like a really just stupid tough guy, 140 pounds, but he fought in the Golden Gloves. He fought professionally. He fought because he liked fighting. Now he teaches PAL. And Bobby walks in, and me and Bobby, he was like my second best, or third, like in the top 10 customers. Him and his wife. And she wasn't outside, but I saw his wife later on that day. I stopped by. And he gives me a big hug, and I'm going, holy shit, because this guy's a boxer, tough, really tough street fighter, but he was a fireman, a police officer. He did the whole gauntlet with the city jobs. He gives me a big hug, and he goes, how the hell are you? Because I built his entire first floor of his house. I did everything except put the kitchen chairs in his kitchen when it was all done. We made a 135-year-old house level. I jacked it up. I took all the floors, all the staircases out for the first 3 feet, all the walls out, and I sisted up every every floor joist I sisted up from the front of the house 60 feet to the back of the house 60 feet. And if it was 3 inches off, we put a sister up 3 inches and glued the beam and screwed it. And after it was screwed, then I nailed it with the nail gun. So the screws, first it was clamped, then it was screwed, and then it was nailed. This way the nail wouldn't screw up. And then after the 2x8s was sisted up to the existing 135-year-old 2x8s, then we put 2 layers of plywood, exterior grade plywood, on top of all the, and every other joist was doubled. So if we sisted up one 2x8, then one would be, all was sisted, but every other one had a double. So we could stagger the 4x8 sheets of plywood on the end. So no 2 sheets of plywood had a seam anywhere in the same place. And then when we were done, he had rugs put down, except in the kitchen they put tile down on top of and the double sheets of plywood were also glued together. Now this was CDX plywood. That's the rough sawn plywood, not smooth finish. We didn't want smooth finish because I wanted the glue to stick. Plus it was a cheaper grade by $12 or $13 a sheet. So I probably used, I don't know, 100 sheets of plywood easy in his house. And he gave me a big hug. And then the guy in the post office, he's going, now I remember everything about you, right? And he was starting to laugh. He's going, remember the time you, and I'm going, yeah, I remember that. But, can we just keep that, to ourselves? Because there were other people in there. And because he didn't say anything really bad, but I knew where he was going. And so that guy who people were afraid I would say something because they knew me, the other guys in line. They said, don't say anything to that guy. He'll make you go to the other post office. That guy ended up being my best buddy. When me and him got together after work and stuff like that, he was pretty cool. And so the guy that was everybody was afraid of, and me ended up becoming really good friend. And he's going, ain't you related to, yep. He goes, wow. He goes, I haven't seen him. And I'm going, nope, haven't seen him in a while. But, yep. And he's going, okay, that's cool. And I ended up spending a lot of time in the post office because I had I get 6, 8, 10 bags. And then, now this guy was the kind of guy that if you didn't have the exact zip code, he'd just tell you, and I couldn't find out some people's zip codes. Daisy, there were probably, I don't know, there might have been 30 addresses that Daisy had taken down. If you remember, I had, before I left for America, I had drawings. Remember, I had the big tool bag, and inside the tool bag, I had the names of the people that would win the lot. It was a lotto. Remember the lotto? Well, Daisy wrote down all of those people's names on pieces of paper. But some of those people didn't give us like a zip code. Well, the guy in the post office, he had the computer that could find out where the things went. And there was only two or three people that didn't give us all the information. But he goes, yeah, no, don't worry about it. I'll find out where it goes. And however he did it, he found out. He goes, yeah, this is the zip code for this one. And he didn't write it down. He gave it to me. Yeah, that was pretty cool. So I have lots of shirts left. So Scott says, we're back up to the comments. I can't believe that no one ever imagined in advance the U.S. would collapse like this. Oh, wait, Fazio did, and he called it. Thank you, Scott. Just saved me 2 or 3 times Zolacraft an On-Time Bacco shirt, and I'll be happy. That's one. There's two in that drawer. I can't wear them. They're too big for me. I have a 28-inch waist. The Triple X is going to be too big for me. You know that. Jack Thompson said the number 3s, they destroyed America. And the number 3s are related to the number 2s, baby. Just remember, the 2s screwed you and your loved ones and everybody else. The goat is at the gate, says Jack Thompson. Got to be the best Fazio comment ever heard. The goat was at the gate. When they know I have shit for them. They know that. If you want to hear fucking goats, if I don't give them something when they come in the morning, they sit out there and go bah, like a cat, bitches, when you don't give her food. And then I got a new trick that the mother dog, hopefully she'll take those puppies. New trick, about 3 o'clock in the morning, she gets hungry and she comes scratching on the door. And so sometimes I'll get up and make her something, sometimes I'll just ignore her, but she lives under the stairs, so it's not like she got far to go. But she is getting, well, the puppies are about 4 weeks old now, and they need more food from her. So she needs more food from everybody. And at 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm the only viable option because everybody else is sleeping. That's a new trick. Scratching the door. Go away. I'm sleeping. Jack Thompson. Yeah, the goat sounds in the background. She only leaves them out there for about an hour. A very nice lady. We call her the goat lady. That's the truth too. I mean, nobody else knows her by the goat lady, but you know, our small group of friends locally. Because if you were to say, "Where's the goat lady?" There's a goat lady on every block. By the way, almost every Filipino family has goats. Wow, there's a cow. Is that a cow? What the fuck is that? Hold on a second. Oh, no. It's a black and white motorcycle. Looked like a cow. Anyway, just about every, on my block, I think 5 people or 6 people have goats, and 4 people have pigs. 1, 2, 3, maybe 6 people have pigs, but at least 5 people have goats. And on the next block over, the same. So they're all goat ladies. We have the goat ladies. The goat is at the gate. Yeah? The goat is at the gate. I'm telling you, they know that they have a... And when the lady puts them in front of my house, she just brings the goat over to the front of the house. The billy goat, or the mama goat, 1 or 2, or... Because she got a lot of goats. She's goated up. I think there's 9 out there now, but that's not all her goats. So she pulls up. She just ties 1 goat to the front of the house, and they all stay with her. Unless she goes, what? Something like that, she's got a call, and they'll all just run. I don't care where they are. When she does that sound, they all come right to her. living in the Philippines is really nice in a lot of ways, but it's just funny to see. She's a pretty woman, but calling, like going with the, and like 16, 18 goats will come running at her. She looks at, it's funny. I should make a video of that. We have a rooster here, Jack. We have one rooster, Hagante. Hagante is the name of the rooster, Hagante. And if you walk by him and say, hello, Hagante, there's just one. There's just one rooster. Hagante, hello. He will give you he'll give you whatever roosters do. And at 3 o'clock in the morning, Hagante wakes up and he starts talking to the roosters that are 300 or 400 feet away, and they talk all night, all morning. Oops, Scott's into lucid dreaming again. Scott, I wanted to talk about dreaming, but I'll read your comment and then I'll give you some insight what I've been doing lately. Worked on lucid dreaming last night, says Scott Del Fuego. I was on a beach wearing a Zola craft shirt, but it did not want to let me have control, and the jet ski kept running into the snowmobile and the snow on the beach. That is cool. That is real. That's a cool dream. So Scott Del Fuego says, there's no way to control these dreams. You really have to, well, there is, but it takes a long time. You really, even just falling off of a cliff or a building, to learn to say, oh, okay, I'm going to fly now. You got to be able to grab psychically, mentally. You got to be able to say, no, I'm just going to fly. I'm just using the building to get started. It used to take me seemingly 3 hours to get from California to New York to land across the street from my house. I always landed in the same place, but it used to take 3 hours, and I fell a lot. Now, half an hour, I can be there. Plus, I can view the whales in the bay, and there are no whales in the bay where I lived, but I can get to see the whales blowing off the steam, and it takes about a half an hour, and I can land perfectly right where I want to land, and then I can walk to my house in New York. I've had that same dream. I don't know, I guess I was 5 or 6 years old when I first moved to Queens, because at that time, the Park House was run by one parkie, and there was a water, this is going to freak you out, there was a water valve underneath the steel plate inside the Park House. And we were playing hide and seek, and the parkie, I ran into the parkie house and went into the underneath the steel plate and just put the plate back on top of the hole. I knew it was there because when we went to get our tennis gear or the paddle ball or whatever we were playing, volleyball, that was when they gave all that stuff out for free. Well, I knew that it was there, so I went into the hole where the water pit was, and it's only like, can't be more than 30 inches by 30 inches by 30 inches. And I was in there, and he came in, apparently he was done, and he left, shut and locked the door from the outside. And he only lived half a block away. And when I came out from the metal thing, I told everybody through the window, because it was all metal mesh screen, that you got to get me out of here. So they went and got the parkie guy, and I didn't get in trouble. It was just like a kid thing. So anyway, Scott said, worked on lucid dreaming last night. I was on the beach wearing a Zoloft craft shirt, but it did not want to let me have control, and the jet ski kept turning into a snowmobile and snow on the beach. So lucid dreaming it takes a while to control it. But once you do, it's pretty interesting. Now, if I lay on my back and breathe 30 times deep, and I fall asleep like that, I am in for some lucid dreaming. And I crunch up my toes and the balls of my feet and my legs. You crunch up all the muscles and then you relax them. But if I could do that 30 times and breathe, whatever I wish to dream about before I go to sleep, typically there's a small chance I'll dream about that. But what I wanted to say is that all of these, if you go to where it says the word premium at the top of YouTube up here, this is really strange how this works for me. If premium, okay, so here's premium up here. You press, where is this? Hold on, let me move my fingers over so I can see it. You press premium, right? And the first one is going to be water sounds. Okay, so we have, well, the first one is me, and then we have the grandiose. This guy is pretty good, this Dr. Todd Grande. But at night, they know that at night I watch these fall asleep with the waves, right? So if I watch this fall asleep with the waves, the most relaxing waves washing along the shoreline, I will have dreams about fighting wars or, flying rockets into space, into different worlds. I mean, this is from the waves falling asleep. But if I watch a movie, like let's say I watch John Wick, okay? There's a movie called John Wick 3 or John Wick 2 where Keanu Reeves kills 166 people in the third movie and 106 people in the second movie. If I put that movie on and go to sleep, the John Wick's movie with Keanu Reeves killing 100 people, I will dream very peaceful and serene type of dreams. So if there's gunshots and splattering of people and crashing of cars, I'll have like the coolest dream. Maybe I'll be fishing or sitting next to a lake, and I'll wake up, and of course I'll have to go to the bathroom. But if I watch these, if I put on like the Rambo series, and I put autoplay on, I will wake up to the. That'll be on for 2 or 3 hours. I'll wake up to the most peaceful dreams I ever had, and the water dreams with the meditation, release your inner chakra points, and all the peaceful things, harmonic sounds of the universe. Now I'm involved in battles and war games and airplane dogfights and shit like that from the music from the waves, but the 5 hours of Sylvester Stallone blowing shit up, and I'd have the calmest dreams possible. It's pretty interesting. All right, where is my page here? Let's see if we get this back. One more. Here we go. Live. Here we go. Live. Okay, so let's see what we have here. Scott says he's been trying. I've been trying, Warren H. I tried to be on a beach in the Philippines. That's pretty specific, actually. Is that possible? I have a thing that I do in my dreams that when I was talking about crunching up your hands and your arms, you make every muscle in your body tight, and you're laying on your back, and you're breathing in with your head flat down on your back, and you're taking deep breaths in and deep breaths out. If you fall asleep like that, what happens to me is I fall asleep while I'm doing the breathing exercise. But if I'm done with the 30 breaths, then I can say, I wish to go here, or I wish to do this. And then there's a small chance that I will get to go or do what I want to do in my dream. But you have to do that. They really, like, you can cramp up every muscle in your body all at once. Your eyes, your ears, your jowls, your jaw, your throat, your back, every muscle you can cramp up. Your knees, your shin, your thigh, everything all at once while you're doing those deep breathing exercises on your back, not on your stomach, not on your side. If you can do that 30 times, those deep breathing exercises, you're going to dream like a banshee, man. And if you can, now I fall asleep before I get to 30, but if I do get to 30, whatever I wish to dream about, I have a chance of getting to where I want to be. Whatever it is, doesn't matter. And you can actually, you can do some strange shit when you get to that point. All right. Warren says, Scott Del Fuego, LOL. Ronald Webster, talk about the Philippines. Yeah, now I remember you. I hooked you up with that lady, police officer, guard at the ICM Mall. And that was a couple of years ago. I did remember you after when you said hello the last live stream. Welcome back, Ronald. I don't see that lady anymore, but they switched places where those people stay. Scott said it was cool anyway. Nice red and white jet ski. Yellow decal. That's good that you remember those details. And it kept becoming a yellow snowmobile. Yellow, baby. Yellow. Yellow. And it was snowing in the Philippines. That would be interesting. Warren is saying hello to Ronald Webster. Ronald Webster saying hello to Warren. Scott. It snows there all the time in the summer. Oh, of course. Warren wants to buy. Warren and I talked about the possibility of building a hotel on Bantayan Island. And now, according to the map, there's a lot of room to expand the operation across the street from the way the lots are set up. But 50,000 chickens? I would imagine you've been on a chicken farm. It's a pretty dirty job, actually. I mean, when you start producing chickens like that, smells funny too. So you're gonna do a cock-a-doodle-doo when I'm done also. I remember you said that was pretty interesting, that when the rooster went cock-a-doodle-doo, because he will be cock-a-doodle-dooing her right outside the door. In fact, I haven't heard him in about 5 or 6 days. I don't know where they are. I don't know where they went. I know where they live. They live in the tree at night. You see them up in the tree if you put the light up there. A lot of people don't know that chickens, wild chickens, they live in a tree at night. They'll find a tree and they'll go up there. Ronald Webster has an impression of vivid dreaming where men from outer space say they are coming. It's dark but not cold, and no harm came to me. Years 2026, I can see the date is clear. You know, Ronald, the United States government has been planning a fake alien invasion, or real, with the aliens that are supposed to work with the government. They've been planning this since the 1950s, so you might just be privy to some inside information that just hasn't happened yet. Oh, you want to, oh, I got it. Yeah, there's lots of land over there. You could set up a rooster farm right next to your friend's house. Yeah, that'd be cool. 50,000 chickens next to your friend's house. It's too funny. That's funny. Yeah. So, in other words, you're an instigator. You're instigating, not like me. Just giving just the facts, ma'am. Only the facts. Well, my live stream is, oh God, oh my God, that's 5.5 hours. I thought it was like 4 hours. Holy shit. Could you imagine listening to my bullshit for 5 hours? Could you imagine that? What up? Well, of course, you don't have to listen to my bullshit. So it should be pretty much definitely time for Scott to be going to sleep. Hopefully Scott is sleeping. I would like to say good night and thank you to everybody. I would also like to have something to eat besides that pineapple. I did have a snacker before I started at 9:30 this morning, but now it's 6 hours besides that pineapple. So I would like to say thank you and good night, or good afternoon. Now, if Scott, if you've changed your hours and you want me to put a 3-way call in with you and Warren, I can do that. The other party that we talked to last time, not available today. But if you're here, all right, Warren says okay. If Blue Rose is here, Jack, are you still here? No, Jack got to be sleeping. He owes me a penny too. All right. We'll give Scott another 10 minutes in case he's out of the room, and we'll try again. And maybe he might have fallen asleep, Warren. You know that he might have fallen asleep. Boy, every time I'm done here, I got stuff to put away. Yeah, baby. Today was a very nice day, though. I worked hard yesterday. I know that what I counted in my backpack, my vegetable bag, and my day bag was 4 kilos of pineapple, 3 kilos of meat, that's 7. About 1 kilo of coffee, that's 8. What the hell else did I have? 3 kilo jar of mayonnaise. That's 10 kilos I had in my pack yesterday. And 2 kilos of cabbage. So I had 13 kilos I carried from the time I started shopping to the time I finished. I carried 13 kilos, so that's 26 pounds. Well, I didn't want to make a stop back at the BQ. So I took my backpack with me. And I didn't want to drop off some of the goods I bought in the local area. So I had 26 pounds of goods in my backpack, my day pack, and my bag, my vegetable bag. And I walked around, I would say, more than a mile altogether, more than a mile with some of that stuff. Probably a half a mile with all of that stuff. Because when you go into the wet market from the jeepney from the BQ Mall, I was fully packed down. Because otherwise I would have to go into the ICM Mall, go to the basement, drop the packages off, and then walk back. Oh, it's 1,000 feet. It's 1,000 feet. From the package store up the escalator, that's 150 feet. Then it's 200 feet to the front door of the mall. That's 350 feet. 100 feet to the street, 450, and 500 street, 600 feet to the back of the market. It's 1,100 feet. Well, I didn't want to walk 1,100 feet there and get my stuff and back, so I just went straight to the market. But that's still 800 feet from where the jeepney drops you off, 800 feet there and 800 feet back with 26 pounds. So I tried a new mayonnaise. You cannot buy, I don't care, in Bohol, you can't buy Hellmann's mayonnaise. Not possible. But here's how they trick you. I'm going to show you another Philippines, baby. Here's how they trick you into believing that you might be buying something like Hellmann's mayonnaise. So, of course, there's just so many ways you can package mayonnaise, but they have the same color combinations. Now, this one's a little different. I never tried this one before. So what is this? 3.5 liters. This used to be a gallon, by the way. So now 3.5 liters used to be 4 liters. So you can see where it's empty up here. Well, it's empty to here, right? So it's ½ inch. A full solid 3/4 of an inch is missing, probably more, because I just shook this up. So it's really here. It's about 1 inch is missing. So the price for this was $675, 800 pesos. This was $16. This will last. I opened one of these up, something similar to this, about a week after Daisy left last August. And I still have about that much left. So this will last 9 months or 10 months, just for me. I don't use that much of it. And it's got enough flavor enhancers, or stuff that keeps it from going bad, that you can put it on a sandwich. This is a different kind. This is the first time I bought this Lady's Choice real mayonnaise. Usually I buy flavored cheese flavored mayonnaise. It's all the same shit. I mean, in an entire day, on average, maybe every 4 days I use 1 tablespoon of this crap. But I like it sometimes on a sandwich if I make toast, or especially if I'm entertaining a lady. I can what does this look like? Looks like mayonnaise, right? Yeah, like that. And You know how that is. So I won't be opening up that for a couple of weeks, maybe probably July. But anyway, that's what it is. So we're going to say thank you. Jack is not here. I would imagine Scott is also sleeping. I will say thank you to everybody. And Warren, okay, Warren, that's good because I would like to make a little bit of a snack. I'm not weak from not eating because I had that pineapple, but if I don't eat now, it's 3 o'clock, it's 4 o'clock. Now is a good time to have a snack. Otherwise, I'll be hungry at midnight, and I don't want to eat that late. Okay, everybody, thank you very much. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for listening to my crazy stories. I'm not frail, no. I'm not weak at all. No, my legs strong like bull, baby. Not a problem. That's not. I'm hungry. I had a little bit of cabbage, but you saw the cabbage I made yesterday. I had one bowl at 7:30 or 8 o'clock this morning. I hadn't eaten since 8 o'clock last night. I am losing weight. I'm down to a 28-inch waist. I have a 28-inch waist now, so you could see it. You could see. Look at the slack in this shirt. Look at the slack. There was never any slack like that. Yeah, I'm down from a 52-inch waist down to a 28-inch waist. I'm doing 4,000, 5,000 sit-ups a day, somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000 sit-ups a day. And then I run 10 miles, and then after that I get on the bike, and I'll shoot up to the stores to get something. Sometimes I like to have an ice at the end of the night, so I'll settle it off. I'll do 10 miles, 20 kilometers on the bike. So sometime before lunch, I do between 4,000 and 5,000 sit-ups. And then after lunch, I'll either swim or run 5 kilometers. And then at night, I'll do 20 miles, 20 kilometers on the bike. 10. Yeah, I'm training for a big match. Yeah, I'm in training. Matter of fact, yesterday I went to the sporting goods store. I'm going through sneakers like they were water. I tried to buy a good pair of sneakers, but I want ones. I'll show you. These are. I'm gonna have to order from REI because these sneakers. See, this is something called Sundugo. SUNSUDO. These are made in the Philippines. Okay, now it's not a cheap sneaker. It's cheap by our standards, American standards. Now these are made in the Philippines, but they don't last. My American sneakers, doing what I do for a living, there would be no way I'm going to get 4 months out of a pair of sneakers. Doing what I do, how I do it, the way I do it, when I do it, and how I do it, even today, I wouldn't get 4 months out of a pair of sneakers. These sneakers, brand new, won't last 6 weeks if I'm working. So these are less than half or 1/3 the quality as a good pair of I forgot the name of the sneaker that I have. I have a couple of pairs in the shed. They're garbage, but they're good for water shoes. But yeah, from REI, I'm gonna have to make an order from REI. Maybe I could add. If Scott didn't send out that box, I could add my sneakers and shorts to Scott's box. Warren, you go to the store. I'll see you later. I want to make notes. Anyway, I want a pair of sneakers that have this kind of a pull string on them. I want something with a pull string like that. that locks down. I don't want to bend over and tie shoelaces. This is what I've always used. Salomon, Soloman, Salomon sneakers, best sneaker in the world. I don't know about now, but in 2001 I bought 10 pairs in 2 different colors each. That's how I bought stuff. So they were on sale for $50. I spent $1,000 on sneakers. I used the last pair 2 years ago. I bought 10 pairs of shorts in every color, gray, charcoal, and black. They're gone. I have the last pair of cargo shorts on now from 2001. That was the last time I bought sneakers or shorts until I got to the Philippines. Because even when I came to the Philippines, I had 2 or 3 pairs of pants that were still not used. Cargo shorts from 2001. Yeah, so I try to knock off 3,000 or 4,000 sit-ups before lunch. Then I do my 5-mile swim or hike, run. And then at night I do 20 miles on the bicycle, and I treat myself with an ice pop at the 7-Eleven. And then I get a couple hours sleep. I get up in the middle of the night, do a couple thousand crunches, and then some stretching, and then I make my phone calls around 3 o'clock, and then I go back to sleep for 45 minutes, wake up at 6 o'clock, and then I start my routine again. I like to get my sit-ups done before lunch, because it takes like 7,000 seconds to do 4,000 sit-ups. It's not something quick. So 7,000 seconds is a long time. It takes me like 4 hours to do my sit-ups. Just that. One after the other, after the other. And I like to touch my elbows down to my knees. Sometimes I double. Left, right, back, forward, left, right, back, forward, left, right. I like to try to get those sit-ups done before lunch. It gives me an hour to relax before my run or my swim. Just my little routine. Yeah, I'm training. All right, I'll see you guys later. Thanks, everybody. Good night. Have a nice evening. I'm Bing Permy from Michael Fazio in the Philippines, baby. In the Philippines. It's hard to believe. It really is. Bye-bye. Thank you again for watching. Thank you for your comments, super chat, friendship. And see you soon. See some of you people really soon. Yeah, baby. That's right.